The year is 2005, and the World of Warcraft has taken over the gaming world. Everyone's playing it. Your friends, coworkers, boss, celebrities. It's all over the news, being created as either a revolutionary cultural phenomenon or as poison destroying the minds and innocence of the youth. It was one of the first widely used forms of social media, and it introduced people to the idea of a shared online virtual world filled with people to meet and challenges to overcome either alongside them or against them. The game at this point is inhabited by millions of players, each in their own microcosm of communities, and firmly entrenched in the throes of addiction. And on October 28th, 2005, they learned for the first time that the world is about to get bigger with the announcement of its first expansion.
How many of you have played World of Warcraft? In a very short time, we will be announcing details about the upcoming World of Warcraft expansion, The Burning Crusade.
Welcome to another episode of Why It Was, where we'll be covering exactly why The Burning Crusade was great. Do you know what's also great? Getting a good night's sleep, which brings us to the sponsor of this video, Helix Sleep. I know my voice might sound sleepy, but I've actually been quite energized ever since I got my Helix Sleep mattress. This is the cash shop of the sleeping world. It's totally pay to win. They offer a wide variety, and they're all tailored to each person through their sleep quiz, which asks you a series of questions to find the perfect mattress for you. For me, I'm a big-time side sleeper, and I love soft beds. I have to feel like I'm sleeping on a cloud, so I was matched with the Sunset Luxe, which has been amazing, and I'm asleep within like 5 minutes of hitting the bed, especially after a long day of complaining about microtransactions. I also got the Glaciotech's cooling cover, which is designed to keep you from overheating. I find that I snore less, and overall I just get a more quality sleep, which is giving me more energy throughout the day. And yeah, I could go on, but this has been the best sponsor I've ever done on this channel, and it's directly improved the quality of my life on a day-to-day basis. You might have heard the saying to never neglect things that you put between yourself and the ground. So it'd be things like shoes, your chair, pillow, and of course your mattress. And for me, I'm confident that I found a mattress for life, which is a pretty good investment. So check them out yourself and do their quiz to see if they have anything that might be a good fit for you. Thank you to Helix Sleep for sponsoring. Visit my link down below and also in the description and comments to take advantage of their primetime sale, which is currently 27% off site-wide. To really understand the gravity, you have to put yourself into the year. Today, the concept of a shared online world has lost nearly all of its wonderment and mystery. Just as how online games have evolved, so too has social media as a whole. Design elements that once made the genre unique are now borrowed in many different genres of games, and as a result, it's become just another category of gaming, and one that is most often quite predictable and formulaic at that. You choose a class, create a character, and burn through the leveling to reach the shiny end game, and you do that for a while until you get bored and wait for the next expansion. But back in these growing years of the genre, even the idea of an expansion was a new and exciting thing. World of Warcraft at this point was the standalone outlier. Most MMOs that came out lived quite short and uneventful lives. They often flopped, and they rarely turned a profit to warrant continue being supported, let alone having an entire expansion of content being developed for them. Today, you know what to expect. A new level cap, more zones and dungeons and raids, maybe a couple new systems here and there, but back then, not so much. Especially if you took into consideration the fact that social media as a whole was still in its growing stage. YouTube at this point was a dating website, the streaming culture hadn't existed yet, and so the spread of information was still in its early stages, so the announcement of a new expansion was accompanied by this shroud of mystery, and the most that you could hope to learn about it was from the official blog, fan websites, and also, of course, word of mouth. But as time passed, and the player base were enjoying what would eventually be the final stages of what is known today as Vanilla World of Warcraft, some of the more major features of the expansion would begin to become clear. And importantly, the announcement was made at the very first BlizzCon in 2005. Today, Blizzard has become quite synonymous with controversy, and most discussion surrounding them is often laced with disappointment and pessimism, and it's for an understandable reason. The developer in recent years has been marked with controversy after controversy, whether it be lawsuits or just simply poor quality releases. But if you were to go back in time to 2005 and tell Blizzard fans of all of this, they simply wouldn't believe you, because the developer at this point was one of the most beloved in the industry. Their quality control was extremely strict, even canceling games if they felt like they weren't good enough. And because of this, no matter what game they released, whether it be an RTS or an action RPG, side-scroller, beat-em-up, whatever, if it had the Blizzard name attached to it, it was almost a guarantee that it was going to be genre-defining. They simply didn't miss, and as a result of that, the confidence of their fan base was extremely high. It almost transcended a video game developer, and this was evidenced really well by BlizzCon. To their fans, it was more than just video game franchises. It was this celebration of the communities that grew around them, and because of this, Blizzard became one of the very first developers to host a convention dedicated to their games specifically, and it was only appropriate that one of their biggest announcements ever took place at their very first convention in 2005. People from across the world who met each other virtually now met face to face, and unbeknownst to them at the time, they paid witness to their defining title getting its sequel. The Dark Portal, which had long been dormant since the events of Warcraft 2, had finally awakened, which opened up a gateway into the realm known as the Outland. In the very first episode of the series, The Warlords of Draenor, we explored the old orc homeworld, where the various clans such as the Blackrock, Shadowmoon, and Hellscream resided. An expansion made possible by way of an alternate timeline, where it deviated at that pivotal moment where the leader of the Iron Horde, Gromash Hellscream, would accept Gul'dan's offering, turning he and his clan into mindless followers of the Burning Legion. So the Burning Crusade is the original timeline, and set after the events of Warcraft 2, where the once lush and beautiful lands were destroyed and corrupted as the Burning Legion spread its influence across the world. This was the original Demon expansion, while adventurers were busy fighting old gods and minions of the Lich King in Azeroth. Sargeras' Burning Legion was preparing for an invasion from the Outland and through the Dark Portal. The world itself consisted of 7 zones, with enough quests to support 10 new levels of character progression, including new spells and more talent points to spend on brand new talents. In these 7 zones were a whopping 16 dungeons, and even more important was the new heroic difficulty setting. In the Legion episode, we discussed the Mythic Plus system and Blizzard's attempt to bring 5-man content up as a viable form of endgame. Heroics were the first attempt at this. As vanilla got older, naturally the players became better and more geared, and because of that, the dungeon slowly transitioned from the endgame to a stepping stone to the endgame for many of its player base. So Blizzard at this point in time saw that as a shortcoming, and they wanted dungeons to remain a real challenge, so they released this heroic difficulty mode, which was essentially a scaled up version of the dungeon where the enemies and bosses had more health and they dealt more damage. Since we mentioned raiding, another big change that wasn't advertised on the box but was still equally huge was the reduction in size. Raiding in MMOs when vanilla first released didn't really have any set standards on player size. With instanced raid themselves being a rarity, it usually just boiled down to how many people could gather in one area before the servers crashed. So the idea of a maximum number of players was relatively unexplored. Eventually that number became 40, and their difficulty was of course designed around that, with a couple that were also limited to 20. In the end, they felt that the best number was somewhere in between, and they would substantially reduce it to 25 for most of them, and then 10 for the smaller raids. There were many reasons for this, but two of the big ones were to lighten the load on both the guild leaders and the developers. Coordinating 40 people to all be online at the same time is a pain that only vanilla guild and raid leaders understand. It's this special maddening mix of finding replacements for absences, replacing members who quit, dealing out loot in a way that doesn't make people angry, dealing with guild drama, loot disputes, raiding consumables. It was certainly a second job by itself, and Blizzard threw them a bone by reducing the raid size to 25. But perhaps their primary reason was to lighten the load on their designers, as raids designed for 40 people introduced a number of challenges in their environment. The rooms had to be massive to hold 40 people and a boss, and the lay of the land generally had to be more horizontal than vertical. And this issue is shown quite perfectly with the vanilla version of the Karazhan raid. As you may know, this would eventually become one of the release raids for the Burning Crusade, but it was intended to be in the game as early as vanilla. But the issue, as described by former developer John Statz in his book, The Warcraft Diary, the developers had many issues in designing it, as they were just unable to create a vertical tower-like structure that could hold 40 people and a raid boss. Even given that, the map file itself in this failed version was extremely large and took hours to even load, and they were only able to get a final playable version in the expansion when they reduced its scale all the way down from 40 players to 10. But even outside of Karazhan, it would make the raids much easier to design since they were almost halving the conventional big endgame raid size. Another one of the expansion selling points would be its two new races, the Blood Elves for the Horde and the Draenei for the Alliance. The latter are an Eridar race who fled from the Burning Legion's corruption. Aesthetically, they're tall, blue-skinned, and hoofed beings with glowing eyes, and also tails, and are devout followers of the light, led by their leader, Prophet Velen. After crash landing on Azeroth in their ship, the Exodar, they joined the Alliance to fight evil, and are known for their wisdom and resilience. As for the Blood Elves, they already had established a presence in vanilla. Many people don't remember them because they shared the same models as the Night Elves, but they were just lighter in skin tone and hair color. They saw their official release in the expansion, however, along with a makeover where they actually got their own unique models and animations. Lore-wise, they were introduced as a once proud people that were decimated by the Scourge. They hailed from their homeland, Kothalas, and they had turned to fell magic to sate their arcane addiction after the Sunwell's destruction, which caused their eyes to glow green. Led by their leader, Prince Kael'thas Sunstrider, they seek redemption and power, and they aligned themselves with the Horde for survival. Perhaps most importantly with these two races was that they allowed for the first time access to a unique class for both factions, the Paladin for the Horde and the Shaman for the Alliance. One of Vanilla's defining traits was that these two classes were locked to both of these factions, which created some interesting uniqueness and separation between the Horde and the Alliance, but also difficulties in balance since they were so wildly different and they brought different strengths and weaknesses. So perhaps similar to the raid size reduction, this could have been another case of the developers making their lives easier in raid design by having a more equal playing field. But as we learned with BFA and Draenor, the main features are really only as strong as their supporting features. Professions and skill crafting are their own form of endgame for many players, and they would see a lot of love across the board with new recipes and specialization quests. But perhaps most notable would be the addition of a new one, jewel crafting, where by mining, players could loot gems and create various items and jewelry, or cut them into various stat boosts, which were then applied to the also new socketed items. Many of the new items in BC would have different colored sockets to match with certain gems, playing off of the color wheel, which added another layer of customization on top of the enchant system that was already in place. But PvE wasn't the only area to see change, as it was the Burning Crusade is when arena modes made their debut. Up until this point, there were three main choices for PvP: to fight out in the open world, inside of instance battlegrounds with objectives to compete for, or in friendly duels outside of your major capital. Although all three of these had their fair share of competitiveness, with Battlegrounds probably being the most intense. Blizzard wasn't quite satisfied, and they wanted to gain some ground on the then growing esports scene. They had already seen some success with their RTS series, Warcraft and StarCraft. StarCraft in particular was gaining some serious popularity, so it only made sense that they saw the potential with their MMO juggernaut, and so the arena system was born, where there was just one objective: kill the other team in a one-life team deathmatch setting. Players could create teams of 2, 3, or 5 and compete against each other in various arenas for ranking, which would unlock access to high-level PvP gear and other rewards such as mounts. These pieces also had a new stat called Resilience, which reduced damage taken from other players in an effort to make the PvP less bursty and more controlled, and this itself was a huge change in the flow of the PvP of the game. It was a clear challenge from the developer. You think you're good at PvP? Well, now it's time to prove it. They had hoped that this system would foster a more competitive environment and finally allow them to bring World of Warcraft into esports along with StarCraft and Warcraft. And most exciting for many were the addition of flying mounts. Azeroth was a big place. Between the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor, it held 38 zones to explore, and discounting flight paths and boats and zeppelins, it was all on the ground. And while this certainly has its advantages, such as giving the world the feeling of being massive and imposing, many dreamed of wresting control away from their pre-designated flight paths and to go where they pleased. As such, flying mounts became a highly requested feature throughout all of Vanilla's lifespan, and they finally saw it released in the Burning Crusade, where after reaching the new maximum level, 70, they could unlock the ability to train them, which allowed them to fly in the Outland, with Azeroth still being locked to the ground. And all of this was to start the expansion. These were but a few of the major features that the expansion had to offer, but previews alone looked quite promising. From this point, Blizzard would frequently post updates on their website and fed bits and pieces and details to the players little by little. And so, World of Warcraft Vanilla continued on. Eventually, the final raid, Naxxramas, was released, and the player base was left with a question: what's next? Well, on January 16th, 2007, they found out with the release of the hottest game's first expansion, the Burning Crusade.
Flash, fantasy, and fixation are the features that contribute to the addiction that millions cannot shake for an online game called World of Warcraft. Now there's mania on top of madness for the game, and you've got to brace yourself for this. There's a new version that's about to erupt on the scene.
When it comes out, man, I'm just gonna non-stop.
Easy there, big guy.
I'm sorry for my girlfriend, because, I'm just gonna keep playing.
Understandable, because gamers...
Speaking from experience here, this was one of the most exciting times in the game's history. Being at the maximum level for so long, the idea of seeing new zones and going on new quests and getting more items was incredibly exciting. This was also before the era of digital downloads, so anyone who wanted a copy would have to physically leave their basements and go get them from the store. Many would attend launch parties and wait in line in tents, counting down the hours and minutes until midnight when they could pick up their copies. Now a nostalgic, long-lost tradition that came with new video game releases. Developers made special appearances in California, and they would sign copies before sending the players off into the Outland. Guilds raced to the new maximum level and started their attunement chains, and everyone watched as their classes grew, learning new spells and unlocking the mysteries of the Outland. They would storm through the Hellfire Peninsula and through the Dark Portal, and trudged through the swamps of Zangarmarsh, and explored the rolling hills of Nagrand, all while fighting through hordes of the Burning Legion and their allies. Although I would say that it was the next expansion, Wrath, is when they really started to hit their stride with the storytelling. The Burning Crusade is when it really started to get some structure. In Vanilla, important lore moments were sprinkled in here and there by way of quest dialogue, or perhaps in-game books that the players could read through. But for the most part, the world itself was the main character, and it was more about just being a very small part of it. while this isn't necessarily inferior, it was the Burning Crusade is when they started to transition away from the world and more towards important lore characters. The story and the plot would be more integrated into the quests themselves, and there would be more instances of NPCs where they would engage in dialogue with the players. Expansion villains were also introduced early on in quest chains, which would lead to dungeons themselves and then finally raids. And they really started leaning heavily on characters established within the lore, such as the first demon hunter, Illidan Stormrage, and his ally, Kil'thas Sunstrider. The raids were also a very large part of this, whether it be the Sanctum of the Fallen Guardian, Medivh, or the time traveling in the battle for Mount Hyjal, or fighting through the halls of the fallen Eridar capital. It was clear that the lore and story had started to really become a large focus of the game. They were as difficult as ever. Heroics were split up in theme into different hubs spread throughout the world, and they provided pretty stiff challenges, especially early on, and they rewarded valuable loot in return. Many today reminisce that the raids were the hardest in the game's history. The actual raid size was reduced, but this meant there was less room for dead weight. Each of the 25 players had to be very capable and on top of their game to clear through them before they would eventually be hit with the nerf bat. This was just due to their sheer difficulty, but another huge part of it was just the fact that there was still only one difficulty mode. Today, especially since the Cataclysm with the release of the Looking for Raid mode, some would even say it's a trivial matter to see all of what the game has to offer at its most base level. But back then, if you couldn't kill a boss, there was no lower difficulty mode to run to. You either just had to play better and kill it, or hope that it would be tuned down. And while this is certainly unforgiving, it also ensured that there was always something to work towards. There would always be some optimization you could do. It could be a gear piece to acquire, maybe some enchants or gems to tweak, and it demanded that players to look at any and all crevice for ways to improve their characters and their gameplay. Even zoning into them was a challenge, as it also marks the era of attunements, long quest chains that required a campaign across the Outland and its dungeons, and even previous raid tiers. They would be complicated enough that diagrams like this would be needed to even understand it all, and it served as its own form of character progression beyond the traditional leveling and gearing that players were familiar with. So, all of this is to say, especially with the player's skill level at the time and the limit of information across social media, there was certainly no shortage of difficulty in the Burning Crusade. And as for its overall balance, the Horde finally got to enjoy the benefits of Paladin blessings, and likewise the Alliance saw benefits from Shaman totems, which brought this new element of balance and meta to the game. And speaking of this, and this wasn't something that you would find on the list of major features, but another thing that really defined the expansion was the way that the classes evolved. As revolutionary as vanilla was at the time, the class balance was still in its early stages, and there would be some specializations that you would rarely see in any area of the game, not just raiding. Certain classes like paladins were primarily forced to heal, as their damage and tanking trees weren't very effective. Some specializations would run out of mana within the first 30 seconds of a fight, so the Burning Crusade sought to change this with huge reforms to class balance and bringing specializations like the Retribution Paladin up to be more viable, or perhaps giving Shadow Priests a way to regenerate mana, or giving Druids an actual resurrection. And it's because of this is why a lot of people today see Burning Crusade as this sort of sweet spot of having a lot of the charm of vanilla World of Warcraft, but without a lot of the jank, especially in terms of its class balance, or lack thereof. And as for Arena, it saw high activity from across the board as the game's best players began to separate themselves apart from everyone. It was during this time that the esports scene for the game had started to grow, and Blizzard started hosting tournaments and pitting the best against the best. Personalities tied to the game had started to gain followings, and it really marked a new era in the PvP side of the game. And beyond all of that, flying, jewel crafting, the new races, it was all received quite favorably. and the players just seemed to be lost in the enjoyment of all of the shiny new things. As always though, it wasn't all perfect, and I always like to include both sides of the story with these videos. There definitely were complaints to be found. As popular as flying mounts were, they did also have a negative effect in the previously mentioned feeling of being in this massive world. It's the massively multiplayer online role-playing game. It's literally in the name. The feeling of this massiveness and enormity is a core pillar of the genre, and as inconvenient as it was to trudge around on the ground, having your wings clipped and being forced to navigate it in this way really did a lot to give the players the feeling of this enormity and danger within the world. Combining the flying and the expansion's relatively small landmass in comparison to Azeroth, the world did have quite a small feeling to it. Especially once players started unlocking the fastest speed. You could really go from one corner of the world to another in minutes, which was something that wasn't possible in vanilla, barring the pre-designated travel options like boats or zeppelins. Another negative for some would be that with the paladin and shaman now being shared, although the game was much more balanced and the fights were more easily designed, many argued that it also lost a lot of its unique charm. These two classes being restricted was just another thing that set the factions apart from one another. Some argue that one of Vanilla's greatest strengths is its greatest weakness. With imbalance comes uniqueness and a lack of curation and restrictions. And for many, that's really one of the major appeals of the genre. You're sort of thrown into this world, and the experience is what you make of it, almost like an unrestricted playground. And while the Burning Crusade was far from it, this fixation on balance, many remark today, is the source of removing a lot of its charm and uniqueness and freedom. Eventually, Blizzard would start seeing weaknesses in classes as straight-up flaws and sought to remove them completely for the sake of balance, but in the process of doing so, they began to lose their identity and started to bleed into one another, so much to the point that they had to completely redo all of them in the Legion expansion to give them an actual identity once again. Another complaint, again not tied to the expansion itself, was that it also marked the birth of daily hubs. In the Outland, there were various factions where, in order to further your reputation with them, you'd need to return daily and complete a set of tasks. This was done to add incentive to keep logging in every day, and as you would know if you saw the Battle for Azeroth episode, this would eventually become a monster that they lost control of, and it slowly transitioned from an incentive to log in to a punishment for not logging in as they began to dominate every corner of activity. In BC itself, it was rather contained, but it did mark the beginning of a real problem. But in reality, in the criticism section, when I'm mentioning things that weren't even problems during the time, you know it was pretty good. The Burning Crusade had a lot of improvements, certainly a lot to unpack, and it was delivered quite well with a strong cadence of patches to follow. There were some fairly sizable dead spots, but largely because everything was so difficult, many were actually quite thankful for having a chance to catch up and actually finish a raid before the next one was released. It marks one of the most exciting periods in the game's history. This already massive worldwide phenomenon somehow became even bigger, and the rising subscription numbers show that quite clearly. The expansion today is looked back upon very favorably. For many, it's their favorite era of the game, and it marks a time where the confidence in Blizzard and their games was at this all-time high, and the community was extremely excited and optimistic, and it's certainly earned its reputation as one of the greats of not only the MMORPG genre, but the gaming industry at large.
Consciousness warning that some are becoming affecting their studies and their health. The warning comes as the latest version of the hit fantasy game World of Warcraft has been... Last night, thousands queued on Oxford Street in London to buy the first copies. Our technology correspondent...
The year is 2008, and World of Warcraft is riding high off of its first expansion, The Burning Crusade. As you'd know if you saw episode 4 of the series, it was an expansion that soared to new horizons, and it showed the player base the possibilities of what an expansion pack could be. 10 more levels, new zones, dungeons, raids, redefined class balance, 2 races, flying mounts, and the thrill of arena PvP, to name just a few. It just built on the foundation of a game that had already taken the world by storm, and it would break subscription numbers month after month. And it is at this point that many consider the game to be firmly in its golden era. But eventually, every chapter closes to open another one, and Blizzard Entertainment showed that there was far more story to tell and challenges to conquer by unveiling their second expansion, The Wrath of the Lich King. Following the events of the Burning Crusade, a darker threat loomed. Arthas Menethil, once a prince, now a deathless tyrant, stirring in the frozen wastes of Northrend. His scourge army swelled, unleashing plagues and undead horrors across Azeroth. From the howling fjords to the icy peaks of Icecrown, Northrend beckoned, a harsh and haunted continent of Viking-inspired tribes, ancient Titan relics, and the looming shadow of Icecrown Citadel. This was no mere skirmish. The Alliance and the Horde would unite, however uneasily, to face this world-ending evil, with the floating city of Dalaran serving as their neutral bastion. And unlike the Burning Crusade, at this point, the player base had an idea of what to expect from an expansion. The Doomsayers were silenced, and there's now this set standard and expectation for what their $50 got them. After soaring into the heavens in the Burning Crusade, there's just one question. Could the Wrath of the Lich King even match, let alone surpass, the quality of the adventure into the Outland?
I'm very pleased to tell you that the dev team's been hard at work on the second expansion for World of Warcraft, Wrath of the Lich King.
On August 3rd, 2007, at BlizzCon, the announcement was made. The next expansion was The Wrath of the Lich King. Of course, at this point in time, Warcraft 3 and its expansion, The Frozen Throne, hit store shelves and quickly became one of the fastest-selling PC games of all time, even breaking their own record set by Diablo 2. In the events of The Frozen Throne, players learned of the story of Prince Arthas Menethil, where, driven by a quest for vengeance, takes up the cursed blade, Frostmourne, eventually leading him down the path to becoming the new Lich King, who is the ruler of all undead in Azeroth. After gathering his forces from the lands of Northrend, he begins invading the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor, and spreading his influence across the land, and it's up to you, the player, to stop him at his home turf in Northrend itself, which was now conveniently mapped out by Azeroth's cartographers. Wrath would continue the trend started by the Burning Crusade, and it held what many now consider to be gold standards of an expansion. More levels of character progression, new spells, talents, updated class balance, as well as new zones, dungeons, and raids to conquer. Perhaps one of its biggest selling points, however, was the Death Knight. Funny enough, a remnant of vanilla World of Warcraft back from 2004. Well, sort of. There were actually 3 vanilla classes that didn't make it, the first being the Demon Hunter, but more importantly, the Rune Master, which was a casting class that used runes as a resource as opposed to mana, and also necromancers who raised the dead and casted plagues. Eventually, the latter 2 classes would merge and become its own class, called the Death Knight. Lore-wise, they were created by the Orc Warlock Gul'dan during the Second War. Seeking to bolster the Horde's forces, he used dark magic to bind the souls of fallen orc warriors into reanimated human corpses, which created powerful undead warriors loyal to the Horde. These early Death Knights, such as Turan Gorefiend, were necromantic entities wielding shadow magic, and they were quite distinct from later iterations. In Wrath, however, they were reimagined as a playable class tied to the Lich King's rise. After the events of Warcraft 3, The Lich King, which was Ner'zhul and later Arthas, refined the process, raising powerful heroes and champions who died in his service or were forcibly converted. They were then imbued with necromantic powers, wielding rune blades, and commanding the powers of unholy, frost, and blood magic. They were then bound to the Lich King's will, and they served as elite enforcers of the Scourge. As for the expansion itself, it introduced Death Knights as former heroes of the Alliance or Horde that were freed from the Lich King's control after the events at Light's Hope Chapel, where the Argent Dawn weakened his grip.
Days not today. Syrian!
Led by Darian Mograine, these Death Knights formed the Knights of the Ebon Blade, which sought redemption and vengeance. Players started as Death Knights in a unique starting zone called Atris the Ebon Hold, and experienced their break from the Lich King and joined either faction to fight against him in Northrend. They had the then wholly unique property of starting at a high level, 55, which at the time was just 25 away from the new cap, 80. Because of this, there may have been plans at some point that in order to create one, a player would actually have to sacrifice another character with a minimum level of 55, but this was either a rumor or it just ended up being scrapped, and the only restriction ended up being that you could only make one per server. Regardless, this would end up being one of the expansion's major selling points, as it was the first new class that players saw in 4 years, and many questions circulated around them, such as what races can play them, what roles do they fit, and just how powerful would they be. Another big feature was the achievement system, which would be a completionist's dream. Of course, just with any MMO, there are many things to do. There are dungeons to run, raids to complete, professions to level, gold to earn, players to kill, but with all of them, what you would have to show for it usually were just some memories and some loot. In Wrath, however, this changed, as it was when Blizzard added this new form of character progression where the game would now track and publicly record what were called achievements. They varied quite wildly in every stretch of the game, such as dungeons, raids, PvP, economy, reputations, pretty much everything, even silly random side activities that no one would do aside for the sake of the achievement itself. As a reward for each achievement, the player would receive a certain amount of points, and in some cases even rare cosmetic rewards such as pets, mounts, and even titles. Some people find it surprising today that siege vehicles were a highly touted feature.
Siege weapons. And buildings that can be destroyed with those siege weapons.
These would be vehicles that players would control to wreak havoc, giving them powerful abilities, and they primarily appeared in various quests throughout Northrend, but also in some more pivotal activities such as the second raid tier, Ulduar, and also the new PvP zone, Wintergrasp. As useful as flying was in the Burning Crusade, one of its undeniable downsides was that it hurt world PvP. They tried to dampen this by adding some side PvP objectives in many of the zones, Hala and Nagrand probably being the most major that people remember, but when players can simply zoom away at a 300% speed flying mount, it's much harder to get a natural and organic war started like the classic Terran Mill vs South Shore battles from Vanilla WoW. So Wintergrasp was an attempt to rectify this. It was essentially this whole dedicated zone where everyone is flagged for PvP, flying is disabled, and throughout the day the battlefield would become active and the two sides would fight for control of the Wintergrasp Keep, which gave access to vendors, items, and even an entire raid. The winner of the battle would be the defender on the next stage, and the loser the attacker, and they would have to use siege vehicles to attack and defend the keep within a certain amount of time in this attempt to reinvigorate world PvP back into the game. These siege vehicles would also see use in two completely new battlegrounds, the Strand of the Ancients and the Isle of Conquest, where with the former, similarly the two factions would take turns attacking and defending a keep through the use of catapults and turrets and good old-fashioned ground combat. Whichever 15-man side that captured it in the fastest amount of time was the winner. And as for the Isle, this was a larger 40 versus 40 battleground that similarly had a focus on siege vehicles and breaking through gates to rush a keep. Although in this one, both teams would be both attacking and defending at the same time. Just as how the Burning Crusade released the new jewel crafting profession, Wrath had Inscription, which could make stat-boosting scrolls, vellums for enchanters to turn into consumable enchants, and most importantly, they could also make glyphs, which were another new feature. This was something that was akin to the talent tree system, where players could add another layer of customization by placing both minor and major glyphs on their character that altered their abilities in various ways. For example, hunters could get one that reduced the cooldown of their aimed shot, or increased the duration of their serpent sting as major glyphs, or Mend Pet increases pet happiness as a minor quality of life glyph in this attempt to add more agency in build customization. And last but certainly not least, raids actually underwent a significant evolution with the introduction of another raid size, 10-man. Initially, World of Warcraft of course launched with the quite ambitious 40-man size, which certainly delivered an epic experience as players teamed up with 39 others worldwide to tackle colossal bosses. But as you would know if you saw the Burning Crusade episode, this size posed challenges, including but not limited to complex raid compositions and design constraints. Creating environments large enough for 40 players and a boss proved quite difficult, and sometimes even leading to entire raid cancellations. Consequently, the Burning Crusade reduced the standard raid size to 25. This 15-player reduction was well received for its convenience, which prompted Blizzard to offer an even smaller 10-man option in Wrath. This flexibility was certainly welcomed, but there was one string attached, and that's the fact that they yielded scaled-down loot, as Blizzard aimed to keep 25-man raids as the primary focus of the raiding scene. So there was still some reluctance clearly in rewarding the best loot for such a downsized activity. And so, the stage for another expansion was set. Most of this news came during the Burning Crusade, of course, so players not only had their hands full, but they also had a plethora of new and exciting content to look forward to. They blasted through the fallen Black Temple and battled in the dangerous halls leading to the Sunwell, with very few actually finishing the expansion before the date arrived. November 13th, 2008, the release of World of Warcraft's second expansion, The Wrath of the Lich King. This was still the era of physical media, which I always like to mention. Today with digital downloads, it's as simple as sitting at your computer and clicking a button. But back then, if you wanted to be one of the first to explore the new zones, you had to wait in line at Best Buy or whatever retailer that you preferred and sit with a bunch of unbathed nerds in eager anticipation of this worldwide cultural phenomenon. It really harkens back to the old days of Blizzard with this huge sense of community and really just this celebration of this combined love and addiction. So you'd pick up a copy, your social energy completely spent for the day, rush home and install it. But today, computers aren't even typically sold with disk drives anymore. Just another relic of a bygone era. And so, the boats and zeppelins leading to Northrend officially launched, and the player began their campaign into the Lich King's doorstep. Something unique with the expansion that was noticed immediately was that, for the first time, players could choose between two starting zones, whereas the Burning Crusade followed this more linear style of progression with the Hellfire Peninsula, and then Zangarmarsh, Terakar, and so on. Both of these starting zones, the Borean Tundra and the Howling Fjord, led to their own follow-up zones, which had several advantages. The first being simply splitting the massive player base up. As exciting expansion launches are, an annoyance, especially back in the day, is that there's maximum competition for quest NPCs, and players often find themselves sitting around racing to take critical spawns in time. While this still definitely happened in Wrath, it was dampened a bit by the player base essentially being split in half between these two starter zones. It also had the advantage of adding replayability. By this time in the game's life, many people had alternate characters that they would play on the side, so where they first maybe went through the Borean Tundra, on their alt they could do the Howling Fjord instead, which led into the Grizzly Hills, offering a completely unique experience between its unique quests and dungeons. If you did manage to see the Burning Crusade episode, you may remember that I mentioned that Wrath is when they really started to focus on the story element of the MMORPG genre. While I'd say that this started to ramp up in the Burning Crusade, with its large focus on major lore characters like Illidan Stormrage and Kael'thas Sunstrider, this is really when they kicked it into maximum overdrive with its focus on the new Lich King, Arthas Menethil. He was made the primary focus from the beginning to the end, and he was referenced in quests. He made appearances at the end of major quest chains or dungeons, and although I won't go over his full story, I'll leave that to the professionals like Noble. I did want to briefly cover Arthas' arc because it is so important to the identity of the expansion. So this episode will have a little bit of extra lore here. So, Arthas Menethil, born the heir to the throne of Lordaeron, grew up in a golden age of peace under his father, King Tyrannus Menethil, trained as a warrior and paladin of the Silver Hand under the legendary Uther the Lightbringer. Arthas embodied courage and devotion with his heart set on protecting his people. His charm and resolve won the affection of Jaina Proudmoore, a gifted mage, and as a young man, Arthas carried the weight of his kingdom's future, and his life was steeped heavily in duty and promise. But, as always, darkness loomed over Lordaeron. A mysterious plague began to spread, turning villagers into mindless undead, and Arthas, tasked with defending his homeland, discovered the plague's origin. It was orchestrated by the Scourge, the undead army controlled by the Lich King, who at the time was Ner'zhul. Investigating the outbreak, Arthas confronted the necromancer Kel'Thuzad, slaying him, but in the process he learned of a dreadlord named Mal'Ganis, who was the one that orchestrated the Scourge's advance. His pursuit of justice led him to the city of Stratholme, where the infected populace was on the verge of turning. In a fateful decision, Arthas ordered the city to be purged, slaughtering its citizens to halt the plague spread.
What? How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way.
Jaina and Uther, horrified by the act, abandoned him, leaving Arthas isolated and his moral compass beginning to falter. Driven by pure vengeance now, Arthas chased Mal'Ganis to the frozen wastes of Northrend, and it was there he encountered the cursed blade Frostmourne, its icy whispers promising the power to defeat his enemy. Ignoring the warnings of its soul-stealing curse, Arthas claimed the blade, and its dark power consumed him. He ended up vanquishing Mal'Ganis, but at a terrible cost. Frostmourne had bound his soul to the Lich King, and he returned to Lordaeron as a Death Knight, murdering his father and plunging his kingdom into chaos. He then resurrected Kel'Thuzad as a Lich, and he led the Scourge in a rampage, destroying the elven kingdom of Quel'Thalas and corrupting the Sunwell they were protecting. As the Lich King's champion, he waged war against the living, but the Lich King's power waned when Illidan Stormrage attacked the Frozen Throne in Northrend. Arthas then journeyed to defend his master, defeating Illidan in a fierce duel outside of Icecrown Citadel, and then, at the Frozen Throne, he donned the Helm of Domination, which merged him with the spirit of Ner'zhul, the original Lich King. Their consciousness now fused, with Arthas' will dominating. He became the new Lich King, a tyrant enthroned in ice, and commanding the Scourge from Icecrown Citadel. Which brings us to the events of the Wrath of the Lich King, where he finally unleashed the Scourge upon Azeroth. He attacked cities directly, raised monstrous lieutenants like the dragon Sindragosa, and forged new Death Knights to serve his will. Yet, a flicker of his humanity remained, restraining the Scourge's full devastation. Today, in the current expansions, the story is such a huge focus of the game. All of the plot lines are intertwined with some form of main quest. There exists external lore books, as well as a plethora of in-game cutscenes, the first of which was encountered in none other than Wrath, with the Wrathgate, where Bolvar Fordragon and some orc doucher who cares about his name have a brief encounter with the Lich King himself.
I want Bolvar! Take the lead! For Lordaeron! For the Alliance! Back, you mindless wretches! Fight on, brothers!
Rise up, sons of the Horde! Blood and glory await us! Luntargar! For the Horde!
I was wondering if you'd show up.
I couldn't let the Alliance have all the fun today.
Arthas! The blood of your father, of your people, demands justice! Come forth, coward, and answer for your crimes!
You speak of justice, of cowardice. I will show you the justice of the grave and the true meaning of fear.
Enough talk! Let it be finished!
You will pay for all the lives you've stolen, traitor!
Boldly stated, but there is nothing you can...
What?
Did you think we had forgotten? Did you think we had forgiven? Behold now the terrible vengeance of the Forsaken!
Sylvanas.
Death to the Scourge! And death to the living! Now, all can see. This is the hour of the Forsaken.
We're finished. No escape for any of us.
This was a really historic moment in its history, and it marked this sort of evolution into the modern era. It wasn't a full-on cinematic like with the official trailers. It was more of the then very popular machinima style, where it used in-game models and animations for the most part. At this point in 2008, YouTube had started to really gain a lot of popularity, and out of all of the World of Warcraft related content on the website, Some of the most popular were called machinimas, which were fan-made animations and stories and adventures within the world of Azeroth.
Legal Danish will be ours!
It's unmistakable that Blizzard drew much inspiration from them in the making of the Wrathgate cutscene. This focus on the story would also be quite heavily influenced by the entire quest campaign, as well as key dungeons such as, for instance, the Culling of Strathholm, where you witness firsthand that fateful day where Arthas made the decision to kill the entire civilian population and face off against Mal'Ganis. But as for the more flashy things, like the features, starting with the Death Knight, from the beginning, although they were technically labeled a hero class, the developers made it clear that they wouldn't be more powerful than the rest of the classes in the game.
One of the goals with the Death Knight was epic but equal. So epic in how you obtain it, epic in how it feels, but not any more powerful than any other classes.
Spoiler alert, they were incredibly fucking overpowered. Like, seriously, it was ridiculous. Even to this day, people disregard an entire arena season because they were just so absolutely overpowered. They're essentially all three roles mixed into one: tank, DPS, and healer if you count self-heals, and all guarded by heavy plate armor. Their blood specialization focused primarily on survivability and self-healing. Their frost was more magic-based, buffing frost-related attacks, and undead was more necromancy, increasing the potency of plagues and diseases, as well as undead minions. All three were used for their own purposes, but no matter what, they were incredibly powerful in both PvE and PvP. As for their actual gameplay, they were kind of a hybrid of the Warrior's Rage and the Rogue's energy systems mixed into one, with runes and runic power. Some abilities cost runes, which regenerated over time much like energy, and generated runic power much like the Warrior's Rage, and others, typically more powerful abilities, consumed that runic power once again much like the Warrior. And although all three specializations were unique from each other, they were all designed for both tanking and DPS, with a surprising amount of self-healing. So, despite whatever the developers claimed, they were the god class, and they were heavily overpopulated as a result. Some people even speculated that it was done intentionally in order to sell more expansions. As mentioned, another huge feature were the changes tied to the raids, as they mark a really huge change in the endgame design of the game. I mentioned this in the Burning Crusade episode, but in regards to its raid difficulty, if you couldn't clear it, you simply couldn't clear it, and the only two options were to either play better or wait for a nerf. At that point, there was no easy difficulty mode to retreat to see the content in its entirety. But this all changed with the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, at first with the new 10-man mode. They weren't just easier logistically in gathering players, they were just plain easier, which is reflected in the lower quality loot. And even then, compared to the extreme difficulty of the Burning Crusade raiding scene, 25-man mode was also made to be more accessible. The expansion actually started off with a re-release, Nextramus, which was the final raid tier for vanilla World of Warcraft. The reasoning for this was that since so few players ended up seeing it in vanilla, it was pretty much a new raid for 99% of the player base. The only difference being bosses were of course upscaled to level 80, and some mechanics changed and were added here and there. The raid itself was mostly the same as its original release, except for one thing, its difficulty, which was far easier. It was clear, between the difficulty level and logistics, Blizzard wanted raiding to be more accessible, but at the same time, they also didn't want to forget the more hardcore players, and they sought to rectify this by adding the first version of hard modes to the game with the second raid tier, Ulduar, where many of the fights had these optional challenges to complete that intensified both their difficulty and the quality of loot. Again, trying to serve both hardcore and casual players and providing a viable option for both. Although this was quite well received, they would eventually settle on what would become standard for the game for the next decade, and that's heroic mode with their next raid tier, the Trial of the Crusader, where for both sizes, players could set the difficulty to the much more intense heroic mode, where bosses have more health, they deal more damage, and sometimes even have added mechanics to deal with. The challenge was back, full force, back to the Burning Crusade levels, I would say, but it was now a toggled option instead of the only option. They would, of course, eventually take this even further with the LFR mode, later introduced in the next expansion, the Cataclysm. But it was indeed Wrath is where they started pursuing this philosophy of making raiding much more accessible for the more casual players. As for the dungeons, they were as well designed as ever. From the Viking halls of the Utgard Pinnacle to the Lost Titan vaults of the Halls of Stone, or the time-traveling Culling of Strathholm, there was as much variety as ever. As for their actual difficulty, similar to raiding, they were more accessible in a few different ways. Heroics in general were much easier compared to their Burning Crusade counterparts, and they no longer required reputation farming to even enter them, although the reputations tied to them were still crucial for the various enchants. Speaking of this, reputation hubs, which were just introduced in the previous expansion, were being expanded upon at this point. Many of the factions had these hubs where players would return to daily to farm reputation, and as you may know if you watched other episodes, these daily activities would eventually take over the game in many ways. But in Wrath, most would say that they were still quite tame, but the dungeons themselves are also quite important to talk about because they are tied to another major design shift with the introduction of the Dungeon Finder, which was added post-release in patch 3.3. Discounting Battlegrounds, this was the first queued instance finder for the game, where with a click of a button, you would be paired up with other players for any Northrend dungeon of your choosing. In its initial release, you were locked to players on your server and your server only, but they would eventually make it cross-server, and as well received as it was at the time, it would later become quite controversial and named as one of the main reasons why the game eventually lost its social atmosphere. By skipping the group forming process and talking to people, traveling to the dungeon, helping each other find the actual location, a lot of the interaction was removed and the experience became less social because eventually you were just teleported immediately to the dungeon with people on another server that you'll probably never interact with again, so there was very little reason to engage with each other. All of this kind of dampened the social experience, and that's something that many today claim to be one of its most appealing traits, being an MMORPG. Additionally, another major design shift were achievements, and these too were very well received at the time. It gave people goals, things to chase, and it was a very time-consuming form of character progression aimed towards completionists. The tasks were extremely varied. Some were trivial, some were very challenging, and even today they're respected as a form of veterancy and commitment, as they were later removed as the new expansions came out. But what it also did was it made the game more goal-oriented, and it fostered a culture where players increasingly sought tangible rewards for every action, which, in a way, unintentionally, diminished the intrinsic joy of just playing it for its own sake. Activities like exploring the world, role-playing, or engaging in spontaneous group content became less common as players now started to focus on optimizing their time to unlock achievements. This pursuit of points and rewards creates a checklist mentality where actions without an associated achievement or reward felt less worthwhile. And none of this is really to say that this is an objective negative. Many, in fact, prefer this philosophy. What it was, undeniably, is that it was a major shift in its design philosophy, and it made the game feel less wholesome for some, as the sense of wonder and community-driven experiences gave way to a more transactional and goal-driven mindset, prioritizing efficiency and rewards over immersion and organic fun, which only did more to diminish the social structure, which, combined with the Dungeon Finder, had taken a sizable hit in this expansion. As for the classes, they were refined even further than their Burning Crusade versions, and there's now virtually no spec that was completely useless in every corner of the game. Whether it was PvE or PvP, or maybe solo farming, they had their usefulness in some way, and each spec began to feel more unique from each other, and they really started to carve out their own identity. Toolkits and talent trees had really begun to balloon at this point, so much so that Blizzard felt like they had to address it in the next expansion, but it's a popular opinion today that people consider the overall class balance and design to be in a pretty good spot for both PvE and PvP. And again, another huge change in this aspect was the addition of dual spec, where players could pay 1,000 gold at any class trainer to unlock the ability to switch between 2 different specializations. This was an absolutely huge quality of life feature that had been requested for many years, ever since vanilla. Up until this point, if a player ever wanted to switch, they would have to return to town, pay a respec fee, and then manually reorganize their action bars, and in many cases gear accordingly, which was both expensive and cumbersome. And while this does have its own benefits, such as serving as a constant gold sink to keep the economy in check, at this point many deemed it to be archaic and clunky, so this was received extraordinarily well, especially now that the specs really started to stand out from one another and offer more unique experiences. It also had the advantage to promote experimentation and support cross-pollination as PvEers began to PvP more and PvPers would PvE more. Speaking of PvP, as for Wintergrasp, it did see mixed reactions. Many would praise the attempt to bring back World PvP, and the new siege vehicle system was pretty exciting and fresh, and the stakes were quite high even for PvPers, as the winner would gain access to the Vault of Archivon raid, which held high-level loot for both PvE and PvP. It did have some issues. Since the stakes were so high, there had to be some enforcement of balance so that one side wouldn't just heavily outnumber the other, meaning that in order to even enter the zone while a battle was active, you would have to enter a queue. So this, combined with the fact that it was also objective-based, to many it felt like World PvP in name only, as it lacked that complete, unadulterated freedom that was core to the activity. Essentially, it was a battleground out in the world. Also, even with forced balancing, some servers were still so unbalanced that it was virtually impossible for one faction to win, which meant that they would be locked out of raid content, which definitely didn't sit well, especially considering that this was also the era of the cash shop where you could buy a number of services, including a paid faction change, funny enough. Although the game was at the height of its popularity, it did come with some troubling news, as this was when Activision had acquired Blizzard's parent company, Vivendi. Activision at this point had already gained a reputation of acquiring and subsequently shutting down game studios, and the ones that weren't shut down had intrusive cash shop elements forced into them to increase their profitability at the expense of gameplay. So when they started to sink their claws into one of the most beloved developers in the industry at the time, many thought that it was only a matter of time before it would see a similar fate. Appropriately, the expansion ended with a final encounter with the Lich King atop the Ice-Crowned Citadel in one of Blizzard's most complex and impressive fights to date. Tyrion and the adventurers ended up victorious, with Arthas having a moment of clarity in his final moments in one of the most iconic cutscenes in the game's history.
Father, is it over? At long last. No king rules forever, my son. I see. Only darkness before me. Without its master's command, the restless scourge will become an even greater threat to this world. Control must be maintained. There must always be a Lich King.
The weight of such a burden. It must be mine,
for there is no other.
Tyrion! You hold a grim destiny in your hands, brother. But it is not your own.
Bolvar! By all that is holy.
The dragon's flame. Seal my fate. The world of the living can no longer comfort me. Place the crown upon my head, Tyrion. Forevermore, I will be the jailer of the damned.
No, old friend. I cannot.
Do it, Tyrion! You and these brave heroes have your own destinies to fulfill. This last act of service is mine. I must be forgotten, Tyrion. If the world is to live free from the tyranny of fear, they must never know what was done here today. Is dead, and that Bolvar Fall Dragon died with him.
Now, go. Leave this place and never return.
And so, a new Lich King is born. The threat halted for now, as the adventurers turn to a new threat looming back home in the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. In the end, Wrath was a great expansion, and for many, its shortcomings were vastly overshadowed by its many strengths, and this is reflected by its subscription numbers. It's where the game hit its peak player count at 12 million. There's a reason why it's so often regarded as one of the most beloved expansions in the game's history, and it's largely due to its compelling narrative, refined gameplay, and its broad appeal to both casual and hardcore players. The story of Arthas Menethil, whose tragic arc from the fallen prince to a malevolent overlord resonated deeply with fans of the Warcraft lore. The Northrend continent, with its hauntingly beautiful zones, provided a visually stunning and immersive backdrop that enhanced that storytelling, and it was all supported by a soundtrack that was appropriate and memorable. The raiding experience, its flexible difficulty and size, and memorable environments like Naxxramas, Ulduar, and Icecrown Citadel go down today as particularly well done. Ulduar especially is often cited as the pinnacle of raid design due to its creative mechanics and immersive lore. The introduction of Death Knights, despite being completely overpowered, added a fresh and edgy playstyle, and it appealed to players eager for something new. And lastly, its additional features like the achievement system kept players engaged outside of raids, while its quality of life improvements such as dual spec or the dungeon finder made it more accessible as a whole. From its launch to its conclusion, Wrath was a story of finding the right balance between accessibility and challenge, and appealing to a wide audience during its peak popularity, and it's quite easy to recognize why many thought that World of Warcraft's second expansion, The Wrath of the Lich King, was great.
This board is on the verge of a gratuitous plug, and the makers of the game certainly have enough wealth for self-promotion, but the new glitzy version of it comes out a week from Tuesday.
Cataclysm is our biggest and most epic expansion yet.
The year is 2010, and the World of Warcraft is basking in the glow of its second expansion, The Wrath of the Lich King. As you would know if you caught episode 6 of the series, Wrath was a juggernaut, to say the least. It was an expansion that evolved its storytelling capability with its delivery of the haunting tale of Arthas Menethil. It modernized the raiding scene with its introduction of heroic mode, and it was the first to introduce a new class, the Death Knight, to name just a few of the breakout features. It was, for many, the golden era of World of Warcraft, and a time where Blizzard seemed to be unstoppable. But every story must end, and by the time that wrath was settling down, Blizzard was ready to shake things up in a more drastic way yet. The Cataclysm, World of Warcraft's third expansion. This wasn't just another chapter. It was a seismic shift that reshaped Azeroth itself. But with great ambition comes great risk, and whereas today, their previous two entries go down as almost unanimously masterpieces, Cataclysm has instead left behind a legacy steeped in controversy, and any mention of it within the community is sure to start a debate. So what was the Cataclysm, and why do many today label it as one of Blizzard's most controversial expansions?
That will very literally change the face of the world of Azeroth as you know it. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you World of Warcraft Cataclysm!
The announcement was made during the height of Wrath's popularity in 2009 during their BlizzCon convention, and, as you heard, the excitement was as palpable as ever. Between the Burning Crusade and Wrath, the thought of a bad expansion was simply an impossibility to the ever-growing player base. The pattern was firmly set. A new expansion releases, it breaks records, and the game just becomes better, and more people join. But this is where problems would first arise, as these grand expectations would cast a looming dark shadow, leaving the question, how could Blizzard possibly exceed these unimaginable expectations set for a video game developer which, at this point, hasn't missed? Well, it was perhaps these massive expectations that motivated what was possibly the most ambitious expansion ever released, as players learned that their world was about to change, literally. When the World of Warcraft was first released in 2004, it revolutionized the industry for many reasons, one of the biggest being its world. MMOs are defined by many things, but perhaps their most defining characteristic is the size of the worlds. It's in the name, the massively multiplayer online role-playing game. If you're going to share a world with thousands of other players, or even more, it had better be big, and at the time, they were. From the rolling hills of Norath in EverQuest, to the fields of Britannia in Ultima Online, or the massive planets in Star Wars galaxies, the worlds were indeed massive. But, as my ladies often tell me, size doesn't always matter, and as large as they were often quite empty, holding large plains of nothing but generic mob spawns to grind the more open, sandbox style that the genre was more known for. That is, until World of Warcraft. The sheer size of Azeroth itself was certainly something to behold, but where it had this quantity, where it really shined was its quality, as nearly every of these 40 zones had a fully curated, linear, theme park questing campaign that took players straight from level 1 all the way to the max at the time, which was 60. This was simply unheard of at the time, and whether it was a dungeon, a quest hub, an enemy camp, or an outdoor raid boss, each and every corner of Azeroth had purpose, and it was meticulously handcrafted by the developers inch by inch. In terms of world design, it absolutely blew every other MMO out of the water, and it was one of the main reasons why it became so popular. But in Blizzard's eyes, by the late 2000s, its age had started to show, especially compared to the zones and quests held by their more modern expansions, whereas the Burning Crusade and Wrath held, by the time standards, very intricate and story-driven quest lines. The old world they had felt aged quite poorly, providing this dated experience of this bland kill X, gather Y quests. They rarely held any story, as the world itself was more of the main character in vanilla World of Warcraft. There weren't really any antagonists to chase or plans to thwart. To Blizzard, it was just the player and 59 uncaptivating levels to grind through. And it's because of this that it would become the target of one of the most extreme changes in a single expansion, even to this date. The entire old world would be completely redone from the ground up. Every single quest, NPC, and item would be reworked. New storylines would be introduced in each and every zone. Antagonists would be created, and the main characters started to shift from the world itself to the individual player, aiming to make them feel like they were at the center of this unforgettable adventure. And it was all to be explored with the comfort of flying mounts, introducing another landmark change in the previously restricted Eastern Kingdoms in Kalimdor. All this is to say, they aimed to rock the very foundation of the world as players knew it, and it would be done through the actions of the expansion's villain, Deathwing, otherwise known as Neltharion. He was one of the 5 dragon aspects, which were colossal beings empowered by the Titans to safeguard Azeroth, charged with protecting the planet's very crust. Neltharion embodied strength and stability, with his black dragonflight being a symbol of resilience. Alongside his kin, Alexstrasza, Ysera, Malagos, and Nazdormo, he stood as a pillar of order in a chaotic world. His deep connection to the earth gave him unmatched power, but it also made him a target. In the War of the Ancients, which was 10,000 years before the Cataclysm, the Old Gods, which were malevolent entities imprisoned beneath Azeroth, sensed his strength and burrowed into his mind. Their whispers of power and paranoia twisted Neltharion and planted the seeds of betrayal that would fester for millennia. By the time of the War of the Ancients, Neltharion's corruption was complete. He crafted an artifact called the Demon Soul, which was a golden disc infused with the power of all of the dragonflights, and it was made under the guise of uniting them against the Burning Legion's invasion. But it was a lie. Manipulated by the Old Gods, Neltharion used the Demon Soul to dominate his kin, turning against the other aspects and their allies. His skills cracked, molten lava seeped from his wounds as his body mirrored his fractured mind, and he renamed himself Deathwing. He unleashed devastation, nearly dooming Azeroth until the Demon Soul was stolen and hidden, and defeated, he fled, nursing his hatred in the shadows. In the Second War, he resurfaced, manipulating the Orcish horde to serve his needs, and under the guise of aiding their conquest, he sought the Demon Soul's return, using his human alias, Lord Davil Prestor, to infiltrate the Alliance and to sow discord. His plans were crumbled when the Demon Soul was destroyed by Ronin, and so he retreated to the elemental plane of Deepholm, where his body was held together by adamantine plates forged to contain his molten core. For years he lay dormant, his rage simmering, and his allegiance to the Old Gods deepening, which brings us to the events of Cataclysm, where Blizzard sought time to unleash him as the expansion's central antagonist. Emerging from Deepholm, his eruption shattered Azeroth's crust and reshaped continents, as mentioned in an event known as the Shattering. The Barrens split, the Thousand Needles flooded, and even Stormwind City wasn't safe from his wrath. His Twilight's Hammer cult, which was led by the ogre mage Cho'Gall, spread chaos, while his elemental lords like Ragnaros and Alakir rallied to his cause. His goal was apocalypse, and to usher in the Hour of Twilight, which is a vision of the Old Gods where Azeroth would fall to darkness. Unlike Arthas, whose tragedy and wrath was more rooted in humanity, discarded for vengeance, Deathwing was a force of pure destruction. Yet there still was a twisted nobility to his madness, as he believed that he was saving Azeroth by purging its weaknesses, with his old god-driven paranoia convincing him that he could reshape the world. Players would encounter him in a few different ways, eventually as the finale as a raid boss, but first from random zone attacks where he would torch entire areas, and also key quest lines revealing his plans. But it wasn't just the world that was changing. It was the game itself, including many of its gameplay systems, one of the most drastic being its class design and balance. Coming off of Wrath, where class design had hit this sweet spot with refined specializations and the introduction of dual spec, Blizzard faced a difficult question. How do you top a system that players already loved? Up until this moment, the classes operated as follows. On character creation, you're offered up a choice of 10 different classes, each with 3 different specializations that allowed you to fine-tune your gameplay to suit your needs. And aside from a select few from talent trees, they all had access to the same spells. For instance, Fire Mage was generally better off casting primarily fire spells, but they can still cast a variety of frost and arcane magic should they find the need to do so. This offered a lot of freedom, and it opened the way to unique hybrid builds, but as players became better and more knowledgeable, metagaming was becoming more established. It wasn't 2004 anymore. Social media and database websites were growing and becoming more refined. YouTube was gaining in popularity, which gave convenient access to full video walkthroughs on how to optimize rotations and gameplay. It seemed day by day it was more and more possible to play correctly and incorrectly, and so Blizzard argued that this freedom was really just an illusion, as most players would just default to a few cookie-cutter builds to maximize their performance, and it's because of this is why they were overhauled so drastically in Cataclysm. Now, upon reaching level 10 and selecting their first talent point, players would be forced to choose a specialization and tree to dedicate their first 31 points to before they were allowed to invest into the other 2 trees. Additionally, while the spells for that spec would become more powerful, the player would also now lose access to many of the spells core to the remaining 2 specializations. So now that same fire mage can no longer cast spells such as Frostbolt or Arcane Missiles. This was a far more rigid structure, and it was done, as explained by the developers, to add more identity to each spec and to provide a more unique gameplay experience, as well as pruning down excessive clutter, which by the 3rd expansion was beginning to get out of control, as it was common and expected that each class would receive new spells and talents. By the time Wrath rolled around, the trees weren't unlike your mom's bush. They were quite massive and growing out of control, they argued. And so, Cataclysm slashed these trees down and significantly reduced the number of talents and giving a talent point every other level, as opposed to what was previously every level, with 41 points total being available at the new cap, which was level 85. And the class mechanics themselves also saw a revamp. Blizzard wanted every spec to feel dynamic and punchy, and for this they primarily leaned into their resource systems and active abilities. Hunters had their mana bars replaced by the focus system, which was similar to the rogue's energy, making their rotations feel snappier. Holy priests gained chakra, a stance-like mechanic that shifted their healing style based on group needs, whether that be single target, AoE, or a hybrid. Warlocks saw their soul shards reworked from inventory items to a UI-based resource, and pretty much every spec would see similar drastic changes in this attempt to modernize the class system, and all of this together for many was arguably an even greater change than the reshaping of the world, as it seemed like every class had a major makeover, and they transformed so wildly in the transition from Wrath. Speaking of modernization, gear and stats were also in Blizzard sights. This was something of a slow burn up until this point. Starting in Vanilla WoW, the itemization was quite diverse, or as some would say, cluttered, from hit to crit to weapon skill, healing power, spell power, specific elemental power, penetration. There's almost an overwhelming amount of stats to choose from, and while this has its own benefits, this too was something that Blizzard said fell victim to metagaming, as some of them were outright ignored or unwanted by the majority of the player base, and so, in response, they were either removed or they were merged into other stats into a more one-size-fits-all sort of style, where the chances of obtaining useful gear was now more reliant on its armor type rather than their individual stats, regardless of your specialization, as the itemization saw huge changes in an attempt to adapt to a player base that was becoming more and more knowledgeable as they racked up experience and social media and database websites grew around them. Another major feature tied to gear and stats was reforging, which allowed players to fine-tune their equipment. In the major cities, you would visit an NPC who, for a fee, could take any piece of rare or epic quality gear and convert 40% of one of its secondary stats into another. This was released once more to make gear more adaptable and one-size-fits-all, and also for things like hit caps, or just switching a portion of undesirable stats into a better fit for your specialization. So at this point it was very clear that accessibility was a main focus of Cataclysm, and similar to the Burning Crusade, it would also feature 2 new races, the Worgen for the Alliance and the Goblin for the Horde. Since Warcraft 2, the goblins have been this neutral entity within the realm of Azeroth and are loyal only to gold, crafting zeppelins, shredders, and bombs. They're known for their cunning and greedy nature, with their home island of Kazan serving as a bustling hub of commerce and shady deals. Long before Cataclysm, they thrived, although their society was a cutthroat corporate ladder, with trade princes like Gallywix ruling through wealth and betrayal. Sound familiar? When Deathwing's emergence triggered volcanic eruptions, their island became a ticking time bomb, and they scrambled to escape, only to be betrayed by Gallywix, who sold them into slavery. Rescued by the Horde after a shipwreck, they would swear loyalty to the war chief Thrall, and they traded their neutrality for a new home in the Orgrimmar slums. As for the Worgen, these are the cursed humans of Gilneas. Their story began long before the Cataclysm in the Kingdom of Gilneas, a secluded and industrial nation on Azeroth's northern coast, and after the Second War, their king, Gen Greymane, walled off the city and isolated it from the Alliance to avoid their conflicts. But soon after, a mysterious curse appeared, born from the druidic experiments of the Archmage Rugal, and it spread through Gilneas, turning its citizens into these feral, wolf-like creatures. Those afflicted fought to retain their humanity, and were aided by the Night Elf Kaldore, who offered a ritual to balance their feral and human sides. When Deathwing struck, the Forsaken invaded Gilneas and forced them to flee and to rejoin the Alliance. The old races weren't left out though, as the Cataclysm also marks the time when new race and class combinations appeared. Whether it was the Gnome Priest, or Troll Druids, human and undead hunters, or Dwarf Warlocks and Shamans. In total, there were 13 new combinations, and they were justified, sometimes very clumsily, within new lore introduced with the expansion. This would provide quite a stark contrast to other areas of the game, where freedom and choice were being heavily restricted, and fans were quite eager to explore the many new combinations. The game, as usual, would also see substantial updates in future patches, and probably one of the most landmark was transmogrification, a very long time requested feature. This allowed players to alter the visual appearance of their armor and weapon to that of any other that they had obtained, as long as it was of the same armor type and usable by their class. This combined with other features such as mount and pet collections becoming account-wide, as well as the cash shop offering a variety of cosmetics being purchasable, marked a new era for aesthetics and collections. The endgame for some is high-end arena, for others it's heroic raiding, and now for a very substantial portion of the audience, it was collecting mounts, pets, toys, transmogs, achievements, an aspect of the game that some would say is quite dominant today after 2 decades of collectibles injected into it. And aside from all of this, the expansion of course had the features that were pretty common and expected at this point. The level cap was raised, new zones, dungeons, and raids were to be released. One of the major differences being that instead of going off into this far-off land, like with the Outland in the Burning Crusade or Northrend for Wrath, the players would instead stay within the comfort of the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. Some of the originally planned zones and areas from the original vanilla version of the game were finally finished, such as the rolling hills of Mount Hyjal, or the vast desert of Uldum, and even the new PvP area Tol Barad, which was similar to Wintergrasp in this objective-based battleground held in the open world where the two factions battle for control of a prison and, upon victory, gain access to a unique raid. PvP in general saw some pretty big updates, first with being a couple of new battlegrounds, the Battle for Gilneas and the Twin Peaks, which were the same game modes as the Arathi Basin and Warsong Gulch, but just on new maps. And additionally, they saw a huge update with the raided mode. Up until this point, they were a more casual stepping stone to Arena, and more of a low-stakes way to get this introductory PvP gear. But they saw a big change in Cataclysm when they released this structured raiding mode, similar to Arena, where points can now be won or lost, and once reaching a high enough rating, players would be able to earn higher quality gear. Profession saw updates with new recipes across the board, as well as an entire new one called Archaeology. This was another secondary profession, along with first aid, fishing, and cooking, where players could scour dig sites for a variety of interesting items, including mounts, pets, recipes, and even high-end gear. Even the social structure saw some updates with the introduction of guild levels, where a portion of the members' experience would contribute to the shared 25-level system, which would unlock a variety of useful perks such as heirlooms, teleports, XP boosts, guild bank slots, recipes, mounts, pets, and even more. And last but not least, character progression would be expanded upon even further with the Path of the Titan system, which was tied to archaeology and used to unlock powerful ancient glyphs where you would pledge allegiance to a Titan and gain unique perks over time. Once a player hit the max level, they would choose what was called a Titan's Path, which was tied to a member of the Pantheon, like Amanthul for time mastery or Norgannon for arcane power. The idea was, through archaeology, you would dig up these Titan artifacts across Azeroth, and you would trade them for progress towards your path. Each path had 10 ranks, and at each rank you would pick from 2 or 3 ancient glyphs that offered unique bonuses such as stat boosts or even abilities in some cases. Suffice to say, the expansion was absolutely packed with features, and they would be so extreme in their changes, even reading about them would be jarring. Major core features were being completely overhauled, quality of life was being injected into every single orifice, and nearly any jank left over from its formative years were sanded down and disposed of. It was clear. This was the most ambitious and intense expansion by far, and as things winded down in Wrath, the stage was set once more for a new adventure, and one that would change the course of World of Warcraft to a place that many today say is unrecognizable to those who clung to the old days. But the real question was it any good? Normally, at this point, I would talk about people lining up in front of stores, eager to get their hands on a copy of the expansion. But appropriately, this would be the first jarring difference, as 2010 also marked the era where digital downloads were becoming more and more common. People had upgraded from their 56K modems at this point and had transitioned to high-speed internet, allowing for games to be downloaded digitally. There were still midnight releases, but with these new capabilities and a large portion of the player base suffering from social anxiety, the spectacle of a new expansion launch was primarily held within households instead of big box game stores. That being said, launch day issues still persisted, as was common and expected. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary though, and once players inevitably passed the login screen boss, they embarked on a new adventure. They explored the new zones, they got roasted quite nicely by Deathwing himself, and started to experience the expansion's many features. As for the story and the questing, following suit with Wrath, it continued this very story-driven theme by establishing villains and sub-villains, with each zone having this structured story to unravel. Largely due to the great reception in Wrath, the in-game cutscenes and cinematics were quite common at this point, and it would thrust the game even further into this storytelling narrative and leading players through very long quest chains, 5-player dungeons, and of course endgame raiding. The dungeons, particularly heroics, are remembered today as being quite difficult. One of the criticisms with Wrath was that it followed suit with the Burning Crusade by awarding epics, but without intense reputation grinding required to enter. Combining this with the fact that they were just far easier in general, these once epic items were now quite trivial to come by, as many of the player base started to referring to them as welfare epics. And so in Cataclysm, while reputation still wasn't required to enter, their difficulty was increased greatly, and they provided quite a stiff challenge, especially in the early weeks of the expansion launch. Between this and all of the dungeons prior to Wrath being added to the Dungeon Finder system, as well as a couple being remade with the old world, Cataclysm was quite an active expansion, in fact, for those who enjoyed dabbling in 5-player content. As for the raids, they followed the route set by Wrath, offering 2 sizes, 10 and 25 man, with 2 difficulty modes, normal and heroic. Similar to its predecessor, normal was a much more accessible version of raiding compared to the raids of yesteryear in the Burning Crusade and vanilla, and those seeking a greater challenge and therefore greater rewards would be funneled into the heroic mode, where the bosses and enemies had more health, dealt more damage, and even gained new mechanics. As for the actual fights, they're as polished as ever. Although there certainly were outliers throughout World of Warcraft's 20-year run so far, the raid design is rarely the focus of negative criticism, and the same would be true for Cataclysm, with the one outlier being the finale, Dragon Soul, which left some players underwhelmed with the Deathwing fight and confused why the second to the last fight, which was the spine of Deathwing, was far more difficult than the actual final fight. Far more impactful in the long term though, and this would be something that the expansion would eventually become infamous for, was the addition of the Raid Finder added in patch 4.3. Following suit with Wrath's edition of the Dungeon Finder, Blizzard decided to make raiding even more accessible with this queued raid finding system. It was quite simple. With a click of a button, you would be matched with 24 other players and thrown together to tackle raid encounters. This would be the third difficulty of raiding at the time, and the lowest of the three to account for the lack of coordination that a conventional guild would have, and therefore also rewarding the lowest quality loot of the three. In a lot of ways, it perfectly encapsulated the direction that Blizzard had been steering the game ever since its launch, to be accessible. One of the main reasons why World of Warcraft became popular to begin with was that it was the first MMO that was accessible to the casual player. Simply put, the genre was just not for the faint of heart, and one of WoW's claims to fame was its accessibility, and that started at its launch, and they never stopped. Through 25-player raiding, Dungeon Finder, and multiple difficulty modes to name just a few. From its launch, the game was becoming more and more accessible to the average player, and Cataclysm was no different. It just happened to be the point where many said that they went too far with it. When edges are sanded down, they become finer. But still, something is lost in the process, and once finished, the standards for what is rough are gradually increased until eventually they run out of the fine details, and what were once core social and gameplay features are now being tossed aside in the name of quality of life. It is a never-ending forest fire that must always be fed, and in regards to the Raid Finder, this once holy grail endgame activity that players would strive and work for was now completable without even being in a guild, or even uttering a single word. There's simply no more communication or coordination or teamwork involved to see everything that the game had to offer. And appropriately, they awarded the lowest quality gear, but being able to say that you, quote, completed an expansion and saw the full story, which was now a massive part of the game, it was no longer an achievement. Their difficulty was reduced massively to accommodate for the lack of coordination that was common with random queued groups, and the social structure of the game, which had already been declining, had now declined even further. So while some praised the game for reaching this new level of accessibility, others condemned it, citing that although World of Warcraft had defined itself by its accessibility, they had now passed this certain identifiable threshold where this erosion of accomplishment wasn't worth the increased accessibility. The Raid Finder still persists in the game today, and even still 15 years later, it remains to be a subject of heated debate between its player base. And these mixed reactions would become something of a running theme for the expansion. As for the class change and balance, many would praise the modernized mechanics like the new soul shard system for warlocks, or the hunter's resource change, as well as the revamped rotations. By giving each specialization signature abilities much earlier on at level 10, they had this clear-cut identity that separated them from the other two. The talent trees were trimmed down to be more manageable, focusing on quality over quantity, which made them much cleaner, but others thought that it wasn't worth the much more restrictive feel. Particularly those who discarded the meta and enjoyed hybrid builds felt left behind. Others felt that getting fewer talent points overall made leveling less exciting, and as shown today with the success of vanilla-based releases, there is appeal in simplicity, and ironically enough, as accessible as the game was becoming, the complexity and agency now required of these new rotations would scare off some of the more casual players who just couldn't keep up with its new hectic nature. As for the stat and gear changes, it was also a mixed reaction. The goal was to create a more streamlined system and eliminating what were deemed to be inferior stats, and to transition into this more one-size-fits-all system. And it worked quite well in this regard, and players now had more freedom in switching specs and even roles without completely regearing. However, as convenient as this was, Blizzard would make what would some call a fatal error. By removing bad gear, they also removed good gear. The Bone Reaver's Edge is highly sought after because in the very same raid, there exists Shadow Strike. By removing this gap in quality, it made their itemization less exciting, not only by reducing the unique nature of the gear, but also by reducing the highs as well as the lows, once again leading to this negative trade of whereby sanding down content for the sake of polish, something is inevitably lost. As for the reforging system, this too saw mixed reactions. While it was certainly a useful tool for targeting desired stats, at this point, between gems, enchants, and this reforging, getting a new piece of gear started to become a lot of work to those who didn't use spreadsheets, and a mostly meaningless exercise to those who did, as it fell under the same issue that they were already trying to fight. There's always a best and a meta to follow, so there's no real meaningful choice to be made. Just something to plug into a spreadsheet or ask Mr. Robot, and it would be for this reason that the whole system would be scrapped in their Warlords of Draenor expansion 4 years later. The new guild system also saw some mixed reactions. On one hand, while it was nice to have the shared goal to work towards and this new form of shared progression, a downside was that it made it much harder for new guilds to recruit members, as the perks were so beneficial that joining a low-level guild became quite unappealing, so much so that this too would be scrapped in the Warlords of Draenor expansion. And as for the Path of the Titans, there really wasn't much feedback to be had because it never existed. It was scrapped, and the reason for that was that they said that they couldn't work it into a system that really felt much different than the existing glyph system that was introduced in Wrath. So instead, they just added a new tier of glyph, which were a step up from the major tier. And an unfortunate side effect of this was that it left its accompanying profession, archaeology, in limbo, which resulted in it not seeing as much use as they had hoped. Regardless, the main criticism with this was that it was just extremely grindy and RNG dependent. There were a certain few very attractive items that players wanted, which had quite a low chance to obtain. Particularly for the gear, some were annoyed that the best in slot pieces were tied to this side, non-combat related activity. As for the world, as advertised, it was a complete overhaul of the 1 to 60 experience. Quests to kill 10 boars and retrieve 6 antlers were still there, but they were far less grindy, and they were also accompanied by cinematic quest lines inspired by Wrath storytelling. The new zones were definitely a highlight. There's Vashir, which was the underwater realm that introduced 3D movement without the use of flying mounts, and let players swim through coral reefs and sunken ruins. Uldum's Egyptian-inspired quests, complete with Indiana Jones references, were definitely a fan favorite for their humor and spectacle, and Mount Hyjal's fight to save the world tree felt like a druidic epic. So these new zones, paired with the revamped old world, made leveling feel much more modern, with quests that wove story into every step. And much like in Wrath, players could also choose their starting path, which would split them up to ease launch day mob competition. However, as ambitious as it was, it did also alienate some of the veterans. As the gaming industry has learned with its many re-releases, nostalgia and familiarity are seductive traits, and for some, the vanilla world for Azeroth wasn't just a part of the game, it was the game, a nostalgic cornerstone of sorts, and a large part of World of Warcraft's early charm. By replacing it with these streamlined, story-driven quest lines, it felt like it was losing a piece of its history. And as for the flying, while convenient, it also had the side effect of killing organic exploration, as well as world PvP, as players now zoomed over quiet areas that used to be battlegrounds. And the new zones, while quite well done, were also fewer than the previous expansions, something that was pinned on the revamp itself, as it was such a monumental undertaking. Some believed that because of that, they wouldn't have enough time to match the amount of zones held within Northrend and the Outland, which, if true, also explains the smaller level cap raise with just 5 levels instead of the standard 10. And this theory would also extend beyond the zones, as Cataclysm had a new low of just 9 new dungeons at launch, with 2 of them being revamps of old dungeons from vanilla. Perhaps the biggest change, however, came from their subscriptions, which, for the first time since its initial rise in 2004, had started to decline. And for the first time in its history, the king of MMOs showed signs of weakness. This loss today has become something of a debate itself. Some credit it to the expansion itself and its many features, others to controversies such as the Real ID system, where for a short time Blizzard had planned to post people's real-life information on their forums in order to cut down on trolling and toxicity, while others say that it was out of control of Blizzard, and it was more instead of the evolution of the player base and social media surrounding the game. By the end of Cataclysm, World of Warcraft was 8 years old, and since then many MMOs tried and failed to topple it. In the process, the MMO genre slowly lost one of its most crucial appeals, their mystery and uniqueness. Other genres of game had started to adopt many of the defining characteristics of the MMO genre. It was no longer unique to have a vast open world, or giant bosses to take down in cooperative gameplay, or even things such as MMO-like loot. In 2004, since they were so niche, it was really the true birth of the genre, and it was quite easy to get lost in the spectacle and mystery of it all. But by 2012, due to the evolution of social media, it was no longer really that interesting to interact with someone from across the world anymore. Due to these 8 years of experience, there was far less mystery to uncover, and through increased skill and knowledge, the primary goal of the game had started to transition en masse from just playing it to playing it correctly, as rating achievements and add-ons like Gear Score had really begun to dominate and erase this wholesome charm that initially drew people to World of Warcraft to begin with. In those 8 years, teenagers became young adults. They started moving on with their lives, exited college and entered the workforce, exchanged fluids, became parents, and what little remained of their once beloved MMO was almost unrecognizable at this point due to the overwhelming amount of changes that it received in one fell swoop. Even down to the method of acquiring it was different. And while much of this is up for debate, what isn't is that Cataclysm is controversial. Those who dislike it don't even necessarily do so for what it is, but more for what it represents. By itself in a vacuum, it's not a bad expansion. While it certainly wasn't perfect, it did have all of the features and bells and whistles that one would come to expect from a theme park MMO, along with a hefty amount of polish. Yet, still, it remains controversial because it represents this transitional period where, for many, the magic and wonder had faded and was replaced with something that was foreign and unrecognizable. It should come as no surprise to you that at this point, private servers emulating the vanilla version of the game would see a massive surge in popularity, as they were now offering something that Blizzard was no longer offering, the original game that had originally captivated its player base. And that's why World of Warcraft's third expansion, the Cataclysm, was controversial.
Certainly we bridge the gap from a story and lore perspective between Cataclysm and Mists of Pandaria. However, from a visual perspective, I feel like we were really trying to strike a different chord.
Pandas have proven popular. World of Warcraft's Mists of Pandaria expansion sold 2.7 million units in its first week on sale, boosting the game's global subscriber base to over 10 million users.
The year is 2014, and the World of Warcraft is coming off of its first controversial expansion, the Cataclysm. While it's unfair to say that it was a bad expansion, it is fair to say that it was the first that wasn't almost unanimously praised for taking the game into this new and hopeful future. Whereas its predecessors primarily only added to the world, Cataclysm was the first where much of its content was the removal or the streamlining of existing systems. The game had received a complete makeover functionally and also aesthetically, as Deathwing ravaged over the old world, forever changing the original zones that had once captivated players. It was a jarring change, to say the least, and for some, a little bit too jarring, but little did they know, they hadn't seen anything yet. World of Warcraft's fourth expansion, the Mists of Pandaria, was announced at BlizzCon 2011 on October 21st to a stunned audience. The controversy began even before the trailer had finished, with many wondering if it was some kind of out-of-season April Fool's joke. And while some immediately disregarded it on aesthetics alone, others today look at it as this unique and memorable adventure into a new world. Join me for the next half hour as I explain why World of Warcraft's 4th expansion, The Mists of Pandaria, was controversial. By the time the announcement was made, expansions for the game were pretty widely understood, so it was unsurprising to learn that it would follow the footprint set by the previous 3, with a new level cap, new spells, a new world to explore, dungeons, raids. This was all quite standard and expected, but what wasn't expected was the setting, Pandaria. At this point, Azeroth was reeling from Deathwing's rampage. Not only did it shatter the world, it also destabilized the balance between the Alliance and the Horde. After Deathwing's defeat, the world entered this tense recovery. The dragon aspects, having now sacrificed their immortality to stop him, lost much of their power, and they left Azeroth's fate more firmly in mortal hands. By this time, Garrosh Hellscream, the son of Gromash Hellscream, rose from the conflicted Mag'har and Outland to the war chief of the Horde. This had been brewing since the beginning of the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, where Garrosh led the Warsong offensive in Northrend, and while he proved his prowess as a leader, he also clashed with advisors over his brashness. However, when the Cataclysm came, and Thrall focused his efforts more on shamanistic duties, he named Garrosh the acting war chief in the meantime, valuing his lineage and military record despite his inexperience as a leader. Eventually, Garrosh had dueled with Cairn Bloodhoof, and tainted by Magath the Grim Totem's poison, he secured his rule, but also alienated the non-orc factions like the Trolls and the Tauren. As war chief, his aggressive leadership had transformed Orgrimmar into a war machine and escalated Horde and Alliance tensions. His destruction of Theramore with a mana bomb marked this point of no return and intensified the war as the Cataclysm ended. As time went on, his ambition to dominate Azeroth intensified hostilities, and amidst this growing war, this mysterious continent, Pandaria, which was previously hidden by magical mists, was rediscovered when Alliance and Horde naval forces clashed with each other. The mists, which were maintained by the last Pandaren Emperor, Shaohao, had concealed Pandaria for millennia to protect it from external corruption. Their dissipation was triggered indirectly by Deathwing, and it exposed Pandaria to the Alliance versus Horde war. The continent's ancient inhabitants, the Pandaren, faced new threats as the conflict awakened the Shah, which were manifestations of negative emotions like anger and fear, and unleashed chaos. Garrosh's obsession with power led him to exploit Pandaria's resources and dark energies, and it set the stage for the expansion's central conflict, which was the struggle to protect Pandaria's balance while the Alliance and Horde fought each other in all-out war. The announcement was met with raucous applause and enthusiasm from the live crowd, but social media told a different story, expressing confusion, disappointment, and, as is common with the MMO player base, anger. The aesthetics and world was so unexpected of what players were accustomed to within the Warcraft universe. Over the course of a decade, it was all about orcs, axes, violence, beer, and heavy metal. Players were just getting used to the complete makeover of the old world from Cataclysm, so to immediately follow this up with such a drastic change in aesthetic would be the main driving force of this divide that continues to follow Mists to this very day. Some immediately wrote it off completely, others proceeded cautiously, and the rest were eager for something new. But whatever the case, it's safe to say that at this point, the player base was the most split they had ever been, as Blizzard took a gamble that was somehow even bigger than the Cataclysm. But getting into the actual features of the expansion, beyond all of the standard stuff, similar to the Burning Crusade, Pandaria would see a new race added to the game, the Pandaren. And as shocking as their announcement was, the Pandaren weren't entirely new to Warcraft fans. In Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, players encountered Shen's Stormstout, a wandering Pandaren brewmaster with a love for adventure and a knack for brewing. Little did they know, however, this small cameo planted the seeds for an entire expansion. The Pandaren's culture was steeped heavily in East Asian-inspired philosophy. They valued harmony, emotional control, and living in sync with nature, which provided this stark contrast to the war that Garrosh brought to their shores, essentially serving as this narrative bridge from Cataclysm's destruction to Mists of Pandaria's exploration of peace versus war. To follow along with this renewed theme of the faction war, uniquely, players who picked the Pandaren would start off as neutral, and after a short questing campaign and being given a taste of each faction, they would have to decide on which one to join, forcing players to grapple with the same choice that Pandaria faced: pick a side in a world that was tearing itself apart. The Pandaren would also be accompanied by the game's second new class, the Monk, which blended martial arts with mysticism. New races and classes certainly weren't new, but to have both in one expansion was certainly something unique with Mists. Once again, inspired by East Asian martial arts traditions and possibly DreamWorks Kung Fu Panda, they fought with fists, feet, and weapons like staves, and they channeled energy called Chi to either heal, harm, or mitigate. They had 3 roles. The Brewmaster was the tank, using Drunken Brawling to stagger damage. Mistweaver was for healing, weaving mists to restore allies, and the Windwalker was for dealing damage with swift and acrobatic strikes, and having a similar resource system to the Rogue with energy and a point system, but at the same time still providing a unique and versatile experience. Exiting Pandaland for a moment and exploring some gameplay systems, the talent trees would once again see a pretty major overhaul. As you would know if you saw the previous episode, talents were already the recipient of some pretty major changes. Not only would they be trimmed down from their Wrath counterparts, they would also be much more restrictive, and they forced players to stick with just one specialization for the first 31 points before they were allowed to invest points into the other trees. This, combined with losing access to other spells that were unique to the other specializations, made for a much more identity-driven, if not streamlined experience. And in Mists, it was taken even further. In essence, instead of many minor tweaks and boosts, they would be reduced to 6 much more major and impactful changes. So, instead of 41 points, you're now given just 6 tiers, with a new point given every 15 levels from level 15 to level 90. Each tier presented 3 distinct options, which were usually active abilities, passives, or utility skills, and it let players pick one per tier, with the goal, as explained by the developers, for each decision to carry more weight and encouraging experimentation over this rigid optimization. They argued that the old system fell under that timeless problem that the game had since its launch. The freedom of choice it offered was really just an illusion, and most of the players fell under the same cookie-cutter builds. They further emphasized that their goal was to make each choice in this new tier system highly competitive, and focusing on creating choice through preferred play styles rather than mindless optimization. Another benefit, they argued, was that this system also made switching specs much easier for the player, as they no longer required them to completely reinvest over 50 points just to make one single change, as the tiers can now be switched out on an independent basis. New features were also a staple of new expansions, of course, and Mists of Pandaria certainly wasn't lacking in them. The first being the pet battle system. What were once purely cosmetic pets were now designed to have more purpose with this Pokemon-inspired feature. Across Azeroth and Pandaria, players could now fight wild pets by battling them with their own, and if they wanted to, capture them to add them to their collection. Each pet had a type, like beast, elemental, or mechanical, with different strengths and weaknesses in this rock, paper, scissors style of format. The battles were turn-based, pitting teams of 3 pets against 3 wild creatures, either against NPCs or even other players. As for the pets themselves, they had 3 abilities chosen from a small pool, ranging from direct attacks like Bite, to buffs or crowd controls in this feature aimed for collectors and Pokemon fans alike. But getting into the more conventional features, there was also the new scenarios, essentially a new form of group content. Scenarios offered this bite-sized, story-driven experience for just 3 players. Similar to a dungeon, but were distinct in the fact that they weren't restricted to the rigidity of the 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 DPS group makeup. This freedom ended up being their main draw, letting any combination of classes and roles to queue in. They're also much shorter, typically 10 to 20 minutes on average for a clean run, and they focused on key moments in the expansion's story, aiming to immerse players in the conflict. Some examples would be defending a brewery from Sorak invaders, or perhaps the Remorse Fall, which depicted Garrosh's devastating mana bomb attack, a pivotal event that bridged the 2 expansions together. Each scenario had staged objectives. It would be things like defend a point, escort an NPC, or defeat a boss, and of course held rewards like gear, valor points, and reputation. Essentially, it was advertised as another way to progress without the commitment of raids or dungeons. But for those who weren't afraid of commitment, or challenge for that matter, awaited the Dungeon Challenge mode, which today you can think of as the first form of the Legion's Mythic Plus system. Having seen success with their splitting of the casual and hardcore raiding community with their heroic mode that they introduced in Wrath, they saw the same potential in the game's smaller 5-man content. At this point, heroic mode had pretty much lost its intense difficulty that it once had in the Burning Crusade expansion in its introduction, and dungeons really just existed solely as this stepping stone to raiding, rather than its own form of challenging content. However, with this new challenge mode system, it pushed skill and teamwork to the limit as they transformed the expansion's dungeons into these intense, timed trials for 5-player groups. Unlike regular dungeons, these modes scaled to the player's gear to a standardized item level, which stripped away the crutch of overpowered equipment, as success now hinged on coordination, strategy, and of course mastery of class mechanics, offering a pretty hardcore contrast to the casual appeal of other new features like scenarios and pet battles. Player performance was reflected with bronze, silver, and gold medals, which were awarded based on completion times. Gold runs demanded near perfect execution, with optimized routes, crowd control, and high DPS, while at the same time avoiding wipes. Though it seemed as if Blizzard wasn't ready to go all in at this point, as the rewards were merely cosmetic. But at the same time, that didn't stop them from being quite coveted, as players scrambled for the unique armor and weapon transmogs and mounts, and also titles that showcased what for many was more important than any piece of gear: bragging rights. And last but certainly not least is a feature that's been mentioned a few times throughout this series, largely because it had such a huge impact on the core fundamentals of the game's community, and that's cross-realm zoning. This system let players from different servers appear on other servers and share outdoor zones, which made quiet areas feel alive with activity once more. It was certainly a technical leap in the game's history, and it aimed to ensure bustling quest hubs and dynamic events like rare spawns and world bosses feel vibrant and accessible, even on low population servers. But for many, the danger of losing their server community, or what little remained of it, would be a point of worry with this double-edged feature. So, feature after feature, changes, optimization, between its aesthetics and gameplay systems and even its community, it seemed like every corner of the game once again would receive sweeping updates and changes. In a way, it was the game's second Cataclysm. One major difference that it had, though, was, unlike the Cataclysm, the shadow of doubt was now ever present. Prior to the Cataclysm, World of Warcraft had 0 blemishes on their record, so the thought of an expansion that wasn't amazing was a foreign concept to the player base. However, now, with Cataclysm's controversial reception, players realized that Blizzard was indeed capable of faltering. Combining this with the wild change in environment and story, the shadow of doubt would be shrouded over mists right from the moment that it was announced, and Blizzard now found themselves in an unfamiliar environment. one where pessimism permeated like never before, as many eagerly awaited to see if the Mists of Pandaria could set it back on track to its former glory days. The day came, and Mists officially launched on September 25th, 2012, and signs of trouble showed early, as it was the first expansion since the game's launch in 2004 that failed to break sales records, selling still an impressive 2.7 million copies within the first 24 hours of release, but still far short of Cataclysm's 3.3 million. Though this was disappointing by World of Warcraft standards, it was still an astronomical number for the genre. The game saw a predictable surge of subscribers at its launch, and only time would tell if they would be able to retain this growth in any significant way as the players began to explore the expansion's various features. They ventured through the Jade Forest, they took part in the reinvigorated war between the Alliance and the Horde, they defended breweries, thwarted insectoid invaders, and they battled their way to the new maximum level, 90. Aesthetically, the expansion was a sight to behold, and this would be something that many would tout for years to come. After Cataclysm's dark and fiery devastation, Pandaria Zones offered a stark contrast with this vibrant escape, and although it was quite different than what fans were used to, it's especially praised today for its visual design, with some even calling it World of Warcraft's most beautiful expansion, even to this day. As for the new race, the Pandaren, as expected, it sparked a whirlwind of reactions, with some embracing this drastic shift, and others decrying it quite loudly, deeming it too cutesy and outrageous for what they were used to from the franchise. Like I mentioned, it remains to be a highly controversial topic even to this day. As for the new monk class, reactions were overall positive. All three specializations saw use, and they offered quite refreshing gameplay styles. The Brewmaster ended up being this AoE-centric tank class that excelled at kiting, which made them a standout for the game's new challenge mode. Their survivability was based around the stagger mechanic, which spread a percentage of physical damage taken over 10 seconds, and another ability called Purifying Brew, which cleared that stagger damage. They, like the Windwalker, operated on the energy and chi system, similar in some ways to the Rogue's combo points, where chi points are generated with builder abilities and then are spent with more powerful ones. Of course, for the Brewmaster, focusing more on mitigation and healing effects. Windwalker, on the other hand, was their melee DPS spec, focusing on martial arts, high mobility, as well as some crucial buffs and debuffs. As mentioned, kind of similar to the Rogue in some ways with its energy and chi system, as well as being an agility leather class, but they were certainly unique and they centered more around buffs and debuffs, especially with their Tiger's Eye Brew, which gave them stacking damage and healing increases. As for the Mistweaver, which was their healing specialization, they focused on intellect leather, and in some ways similar to the philosophy of the Discipline Priest, where they healed through dealing damage, and also their Jade Serpent statue as a supporting healing turret. As for the new talent trees, similar to Cataclysm's revamp, they would see a mixed reaction. There were essentially two sides. Those who felt that the old system had no real choice, like the developers argued, as many of the nodes were either mandatory or filler. And on the other side, there are those who saw this new 6-tier system as less exciting and just another loss of the game's many RPG elements that were slowly being phased out. A point of praise was the increased flexibility, as players could now swap talents more easily, even while inside of dungeons and raids, which made things much more adaptable. Those of the latter side also argued that the leveling took a big hit in the feeling of progression, as you now only got a point every 15 levels instead of every 2 like in Cataclysm. And while the system aimed for parity, there were some underwhelming options in some tiers that left classes feeling quite homogenized, sparking debates whether if it was worth sacrificing complexity for convenience. As for the scenarios, they didn't really have as much impact as Blizzard had hoped. While the increased accessibility was certainly welcomed, they felt underwhelming to many, and they lacked the replayability compared to dungeon runs, feeling more like scripted quest content rather than some sort of endgame activity that they were marketed as. Blizzard would later address this by adding heroic modes, but as evidenced with the fact that they began and ended with mists, it wasn't as successful of a feature that they had hoped it would be. Those who preferred challenging small-scale content certainly weren't left disappointed, however, as the challenge mode ended up being its first evolution, earning widespread praise for its innovative design and focus on player skill. Critically, with its gear scaling mechanic, players were encouraged to strategize and optimize routes and chain pull, as opposed to just simply overpowering it with raiding gear, which is what usually happened with dungeons as the expansions went on. At this point, with how trivial Dungeon Heroics had become, there had definitely been a desire for challenging 5-man content, and aptly named, Challenge Mode delivered really well on this front, with really the only main criticism being that the rewards were only cosmetic, as Blizzard still had this apprehension, and they wanted raiding to be their primary mainstay method of obtaining the best gear. As history would show, they would finally acquiesce in the Legion expansion with the next evolution, Mythic Plus, but Challenge Mode was an important precedent, and it was successful enough that it would be carried into the next expansion, the Warlords of Draenor. Following the theme with their preceding expansions, raiding once again saw a pretty fundamental change in design. As you'd know if you saw the Wrath of the Lich King episode, it saw this huge evolution by splitting up the hardcore and casual audiences with the introduction of Heroic Mode, where normal mode was toned down to be much easier, and those seeking a challenge were funneled into the much more challenging Heroic difficulty. This was taken a step further in the Cataclysm expansion with the 3rd difficulty mode, LFR, and when the Siege of Orgrimmar launched in patch 5.4, it released with the Flex mode, which scaled difficulty based on the amount of players. This was another huge accessibility and convenience change, as guilds that had absences in their roster no longer had to find fill-ins or run raids undermanned. And speaking of raiding, Mists is also when the game first saw rollable loot in their Throne of Thunder raid. Items could roll higher eye levels called Thunder Forging, which aimed to add replayability and longevity to the raids between tiers, and while it would be relatively tame at the time, as you would know if you saw the Legion episode, this would eventually grow out of control with Titan Forging, which greatly increased the ceiling of how high an item level could roll, as well as doing it for every item in the game as opposed to just one single raid tier. And while this would add much excitement to the game, it also made luck have much more of a say in the game's reward structure, which certainly rubbed some people the wrong way. Speaking of the raiding, as was standard, the team was on top of their game. The raids and their fights were as fun and as engaging as ever, with the Throne of Thunder today is often regarded as being a fan favorite not only for the actual fights but also for its visual design, and really reinforced that the expansion was a treat to look at. Most of the criticisms would come from its final raid, the Siege of Orgrimmar, and not really with any of the fights themselves as much as its intense length. It held 14 bosses total, and some felt like it dragged on just a bit too long. The PvP, many say, was also in a really good spot. In fact, many even refer to Mists as, quote, the PvP expansion. While nothing is ever perfect, gone were the days of vanilla where certain specs were just plain useless. Each felt like they had something to contribute in Battlegrounds or Arena, while at the same time hitting that sweet spot before the negative effects of homogenization had started to set in. As for their esports, at this point they were setting new records in BlizzCon, and the overall sentiment today is that it hit a high point, getting into the more negatively received features, and this would be something that peaked in BFA and technically started with the Burning Crusade with the Isle of Koldanas, but Mist's heavy reliance on daily quests and the resulting fear of missing out, or FOMO, became a very defining and often criticized aspect of the expansion. There certainly wasn't a shortage of reputations in Mists, and the rewards they offered were viewed as mandatory by many in the gearing process for raiding. They offered access to epic gear and patterns behind these daily quest hubs, which required weeks of grinding to reach Exalted. And it was at this point that players now more than ever felt the sting of FOMO, as skipping dailies meant essentially falling behind, especially early on in the expansion when raid progression more demanded these rewards. The sheer volume, with sometimes dozens of quests per zone and limited daily resets, created this quite relentless cycle, and it was amplified by this need to juggle multiple factions simultaneously to stay competitive. And it really marked the beginning of this very intense period where you wouldn't feel rewarded for playing as much as you would feel punished for not playing, blurring the entire reason for video game's existence to begin with. It's for fun. It's this optional side recreational activity to enjoy with zero obligation to play other than for the fun of it. As patches released, they eased the grind by adding catch-up mechanics and reducing reputation requirements, but this early period of daily quest overload certainly left a lasting mark, which players are currently experiencing and griping about in the recent re-release. As for the pet battles, this was quite a unique case. Most people didn't really have any issue with the system itself. It worked exactly as described. Players could use vanity pets and level them and battle and capture critters from around the world, and it was a fairly large step in the game's approach to collections and side activities, and is proven by the success of Pokemon, which is the highest grossing IP in history. The formula worked. Most who criticized it didn't really have a problem with the system itself, as much as the simple fact that it existed, and it really tied into the expansion's major downfall, even today over a decade later, and that's, for many, in their eyes, it simply wasn't World of Warcraft. Similar to, say, in the original Star Wars trilogy, instead of the big finale in Episode 6, it was instead a Western starring Clint Eastwood, with none of the original cast returning. I think most would agree that Westerns starring Clint Eastwood are pretty cool. It's just not Star Wars. And the game today in many ways represents something more of a Pixar movie than it does this original, gritty, violent, heavy metal world that it originated from. And Pandaria was the first taste of this transformation. And part of the issue is that the very previous expansion, the Cataclysm, had already given the game this complete makeover, both aesthetically and mechanically. Those who adapted to it were just getting used to its sweeping changes, and then all of a sudden, pandas. It was certainly a very jarring series of changes in the game's history, and as we've learned over the years, there's a large contingency of the MMO population that is quite resistant to change. It's become a comfort game for many, a sort of getaway from the unpredictability of life in general, a world they can retreat to where they feel like they're in control and are very familiar with. Change is inevitable, and as long as it's moving in the right direction, it's a good thing. But for many, between these two expansions, this home away from home was essentially violently ripped away from them and replaced with something that, compared to just a couple of years prior, was almost unrecognizable. If you put a player in stasis during the middle of Wrath, and then you wake them up for BlizzCon 2012, they would be pretty confused. People seriously thought that it was an April Fool's joke, which I suppose wasn't helped by the fact that they had used pandering in the past for actual April Fool's jokes. Perhaps it was made in an attempt to appeal to Eastern audiences. Some also theorized that its focus on FOMO and dailies were brought upon by the pressure of people dropping computer games for mobile gaming, and others say with its overall cutesy aesthetic and things such as a Pokemon-inspired pet battling system, they're trying to appeal to a younger audience. Whatever the case is, for many it just felt like an expansion that was aimed at everyone but fans of Warcraft. I think in a vacuum, most would agree that Mists is a pretty good expansion. It had all of the features and the fixings of what people expected from a Blizzard expansion at that point, with a good amount of polish as this cherry on top. People today praise the class balance. Many felt that they hit this sweet spot where both PvE and PvP felt really smooth and organic and fair and just fun. For the most part, nothing is ever perfect, of course. The raids, as usual, were as great as ever, and most criticisms were tied to the multiple difficulties rather than the raids themselves. The expansion today is especially praised for its visual beauty with its zones, and in its own world, it was a good expansion. However, it was and is controversial today because for many, it simply wasn't the game that initially drew them in. It wasn't World of Warcraft, and this is reflected with its subscriber count, which only continued this downward trend that started with the Cataclysm. Some say that it's shallow to write off an entire expansion based on the world and theme alone, which is ironic because this statement itself is quite shallow. At the end of the day, an MMORPG is part RPG. The story and the world are half the game, And this is especially true during this point in its life, ever since Wrath, when they started weaving in these in-game cutscenes and introducing main antagonists and weaving plots and subplots together. The story and the world had become such a huge part of the game. It's part of the developer's job to know their player base and know what they want, and if they're so far off with their story and world that people are actually willing to completely disregard an otherwise pretty good expansion, the fault lies with the developers, not the players, because there is such a large fundamental disconnect. And whenever you start going for other audiences, you run the risk of losing your original audience, and I'm sure this was something that they were very well aware of in the making of this expansion. In fact, they were quite well aware of this, as the very next expansion, the Warlords of Draenor, was essentially a return to its roots. The entire marketing campaign for Draenor was to go back to the good old days, back through the Dark Portal to the Outland in Draenor before it was corrupted by the Burning Legion. I think that they recognized that they went so far away from their original design that they did this complete 180 to the past, and while Draenor today is considered a dud for many reasons, its environment and theme of the expansion isn't one of them, and it's evidenced quite clearly with this insane surge on release. Draenor was possibly one of their most hyped expansions ever, and it saw this huge surge in subscribers at the end of Pandaria. And a big reason for that was that it was advertised to be returning to what World of Warcraft once was. Orcs, axes, violence, and war. And you have to look no further than the comparison of these release surges between the Mists of Pandaria and Draenor. Regardless, by the end of Pandaria, private servers, which had really started picking up steam in Cataclysm, saw this huge explosion of popularity, and that would steadily rise all the way through Legion, which is when Blizzard caved in and announced Classic, which, ironically enough, today has gone down the very same path that led to the desire to play it to begin with, but that's a story for another video. If you're at all familiar with World of Warcraft, you've probably heard about the Warlords of Draenor expansion, and what you've heard about it is likely not very glowing, but oftentimes the criticisms are summed up to Draenor bad. It's like Nickelback. It's been a meme for so long that people have forgotten why they even hate it so much. So in this video, we'll take a comprehensive look at the expansion in a constructive manner and explain exactly why it's earned the reputation that it has today. This is why the Warlords of Draenor expansion was bad. The year is 2013, and World of Warcraft is coming off of its fourth expansion, the Mists of Pandaria. While wildly different than the rest of the game, it's an expansion that today many look back to quite fondly. Although at this point, many would say that World of Warcraft was past its prime, it was still clearly dominant within the MMORPG genre. And while the Cataclysm expansion may have been their first sign of weakness, there had yet to be an expansion that was unilaterally believed to be bad, so coming off of the Mists of Pandaria, expectations were still quite high at this point, and on November 8th, 2013, the announcement was made. The next expansion was the Warlords of Draenor.
We call it Warlords of Draenor!
Players were to adventure into the Outland of the past. In fact, a time before it was known as the Outland, but instead Draenor, the home of the Orcs, before it was corrupted by the Burning Legion. The antagonist of the Mists of Pandaria expansion, Garrosh Hellscream, with the help of a rogue agent of the time-traveling Bronze Dragonflight, traveled back to the pivotal moment where the leader of the Iron Horde, Grommash Hellscream, accepted Gul'dan's new flavor of Mountain Dew, which would corrupt he and his race into those red spiky orcs that most players first encountered in the Outland that they knew from the Burning Crusade. But this time, they would carve their own path. The various orc clans would be united together under Grommash's leadership, such as the Shadow Moon, led by Ner'zhul, the Shattered Hand, led by Kargath, as well as the War Song, Black Hand, Laughing Skull, and more. Together, they would prepare to lead a campaign across Azeroth through the recently awakened Dark Portal. The stage was set. After taking a completely unexpected turn into Pandaland, the game had become unrecognizable to the Warcraft fanbase. What was once orcs, axes, and heavy metal was now a cute and cuddly mystical adventure, representing something more from Pixar than it did Warcraft. The Burning Crusade was, and still is considered by many today to be the prime of the game, so many thought of this upcoming Draenor expansion as its spiritual successor and a return to form to a comfortable moment within the game's history. However, little did they know, the Burning Crusade was a long time ago, and Blizzard was no longer the developer that they had fallen in love with.
And I want to talk about ice cream. Ice cream is great. Ice cream is one of my favorite desserts. Personally, I love chocolate, and I love cookies and cream. Cookies and cream is actually my all-time favorite dessert. But I understand that for some of you, your favorite flavor is vanilla.
Hype. It's a powerful force within the world of media. It's a special kind of excitement that can only be obtained through anticipation. You may have heard the quote before, "The air is electric." A full capacity crowd waiting for an icon to make their entrance. It's a good old-fashioned dopamine bukkake. Details of the upcoming release are slowly rolled out. Discussion forums are buzzing with conversation and excitement. YouTubers are making their cringe clickbait thumbnails, and people are marking down their calendars and counting down the days left until release. Word spreads, pre-orders roll in, and the fanbase waits in eager anticipation. Ironically enough, it's often this stage is where the product has reached its height in popularity. But as powerful and beneficial hype can be to an upcoming release, it also sets the stage for disappointment. It's inevitable. When expectations are soaring into the heavens, they'll eventually come down to earth. But the issue is that, for MMOs, it's taken to the extreme. And it makes sense if you think about it. You live in this virtual world, you build a virtual community, you make friends, meet enemies, and out of any genre of game, they demand the largest investment of time. To many, it's almost like a second life, a comfortable place to escape to. An escape that was marketed similarly to a time where the game had reached feverishly high levels of popularity. It was the good old days where the game was closer to the roots that made it popular to begin with, and at the same time, it had evolved past a lot of the awkwardness that the original vanilla version of the game held. It brought with it arena, heroic dungeons, a new class if you count the sharing of Paladin and Shaman, a new world to explore, and a wealth of memorable and challenging dungeons and raids. It was a revolutionary expansion, so much so that its reputation would carry over 6 years later with what many thought to be its spiritual successor, a game that would take them to the same place, both inside of it and, in a way, outside as well. They slowly unveiled the major features that it held, including things that players would come to expect from an expansion. More levels of character progression, new areas, items, dungeons, raids, a new PvP zone called Ashran, new character models, and more, with the largest being garrisons, where the players would fill the role of commanders, leading their own personal army of followers to defend Azeroth against the endless Iron Horde. It was fully customizable, with buildings that improved combat capabilities, crafting of any profession, even if you didn't have it, a personal herb garden, mines, an auction house if you had the right building, and a mission table to bring back currencies or even gear for both the player and their followers. It was marketed as the ultimate personal hub, and the players would want for nothing. And finally, as an extra incentive, those who pre-purchased the expansion would also receive a level 90 character boost, so they could jump right into it. Character boosts were a microtransaction that was first introduced in the tail end of the Mists of Pandaria expansion, And though they would be convenient for players to skip the leveling grind and be sped up to the new expansion's content, they would also be controversial, as they would be a major step towards being able to purchase progression with real-life money, a line that the developer had once promised that they would not cross. But as time went on, the hype only grew. And after years of slow decline, starting with the release of the Cataclysm expansion 3 years prior, players flocked back in record numbers. And on November 2014, the drums of war thundered once again as the warlords of Draenor stormed onto the scene. It was an immediate hit, with 3.3 million copies flying off of the shelves in the first 24 hours. Subscriptions skyrocketed to 10.5 million, the highest since their initial decline, and smashing records for the biggest subscriber surge an expansion had ever seen. On paper, it was a triumph, a true return to glory for the World of Warcraft.
Oh, that's nice. Every fucking server that I even play on is offline. Oh, yeah. It looks like mine aren't the only ones.
Unfortunately, the triumph soon turned to turmoil. Launch day wasn't just a celebration, it was a battlefield. Blizzard servers got slammed by both the rush of players and also by a DDoS attack, a flood of fake traffic choking them into submission. A group known as the Lizard Squad had planned the attack for launch day to troll the subscriber base, making it mostly unplayable for hours and then days. Players could rarely log in, and when they did, they would be stuck in limbo as the servers struggled to keep up. Law enforcement scrambled to track down the culprits, frustration boiled over, and the hype train was quite violently derailed, leading to one of their messiest launches in a long time, which is kind of saying a lot for Blizzard releases. But that's one thing. A launch plagued with technical issues isn't necessarily unheard of within the MMO genre. What really matters is if it was actually worth the frustration, and unfortunately for many, it wasn't. Once the players finally did get in, what they found was an expansion that was half finished. Several of the previously advertised features were missing entirely, and through data mining, many more were discovered, such as a legendary questline, 2 major cities, new battlegrounds, and even a whole raid tier. And what's more, a feature that actually did make it into the game, and the largest that the expansion had staked its claim on, garrisons, also fell short. As advertised, it was a personal base. You could recruit followers, grow herbs, mine ore, craft gear, and even use the auction house. And the best part? All of it to yourself. As for the worst part, all of it was to yourself. As convenient as it was also a one-way ticket to isolation. World of Warcraft, the king of MMOs, a massively multiplayer role-playing game, started to feel for many like it was single-player. And this is where the warlords of Draenor truly suffered. Most multiplayer games, especially MMOs, live and die, not necessarily even on how popular they are, as much as how popular they appear to be. If a player walks into a sprawling hub or encounters fellow adventurers out in the wild, they get the impression that the game they're playing is popular, and therefore their time spent holds value, and so they are therefore motivated to devote more to it. However, the opposite is also true. If the main cities are barren, and the players level in empty zones with nothing but NPCs to keep them company, it gives them the impression that the game is dead or dying, the world doesn't feel alive, and if no one else is playing it, why are they? This is what is known as the bandwagon effect. The more people on a bandwagon, the more a person will want to join, and if there is no one, there must be no reason to join. In fact, this phenomenon is partly why, when the game had started losing subscribers, instead of just shutting down servers, Blizzard introduced cross-realm zoning where players could see others from other servers. This would accomplish 2 things. Although the game was indeed steadily losing subscribers, it would retain or even reinvigorate the illusion that it was thriving, not dying, as well as avoiding the poor optics of headlines reading, World of Warcraft shuts down X amount of servers among decline in subscribers. And so, regardless of what benefits the garrison system brought to the game, it wouldn't be enough to overcome this one devastating downside. They made the game seem dead, and this once massively multiplayer game was clearly not as massive as it once was. Where you would once find a player loitering in the main city, leveling their crafting profession, or selling enchants, they were now doing so in the comfort of their garrison. And where you'd once find a player trekking the world and collecting ore veins, they were now doing so within the confines of their garrison. And people were beginning to liken the expansion to a queue simulator, waiting for a dungeon or raid to pop while you stood semi-AFK in your garrison with your NPCs to keep you company. They were strong. They were far too strong, and players had little reason to leave them, as this was even before the time of world quests, which were later introduced specifically to get players out into the world to give it life, to solve a problem that the warlords of Draenor started. And beyond that, this now fractured community, the lifeblood of the game, got split even further due to other areas where the expansion fell short, such as its raiding. The raids themselves are often praised today. What they lacked was simply quantity. The expansion would hold a record low 3 raid tiers. Player housing had been something that was discussed quite frequently between the players and developers prior to the launch of garrisons, and one of the reasons why the developers were resistant was that the amount of time needed to implement such a system would mean abandoning raid tiers, as evidenced with a pre-release screenshot of a map that showed a planned raid in one of the game's zones, Talador, which never made it into the game. It would seem that it was indeed the case. Just another of one of the many missing features of the expansion. This was also referenced with a grave site within the player's garrison that held an epitaph which read, Ray D tier. So all of this, combined with a very slow rollout of patches, some of the slowest in the game's history, the Warlords of Draenor didn't just stumble, it hemorrhaged. After the record-breaking subscriber spike, the drop-off was brutal. Players bailed in droves, calling it an unfinished mess, that it felt dead, and more servers were quietly merged via their cross-realm zoning system in a desperate bid to breathe life back into it, but subscriptions still cratered to 5.5 million, the lowest since the game's initial climb in vanilla World of Warcraft. They would stop reporting subscription numbers shortly thereafter, claiming that there were more effective metrics to gauge success, and maybe they were right, because where they had lost players, they had absolutely raked in cash, primarily from expansion sales off of the back of hype, and also the paid level boost, and soon enough, the WoW token, where players could pay real money for gold. It was a gold mine, and record profits rolled in during record low subscriptions. The cash shop, which was a whisper back in 2008 when it was first introduced, had now grown into a roar, as at this point, you could not only buy levels, you could buy gold. With gold, you could buy power, raid carries, gear, PvP rank, you name it. The list of what you couldn't buy shrank quite quickly, and all within the terms of service. What they had once policed and got players banned for was now their business model, and consequently, the whispers of pay to win weren't whispers anymore. They were shouts. Real money had tipped the scales, widening the gaps between players in ways that the game's old guard could barely stomach. Subscriptions weren't public anymore, but you didn't really need numbers to feel the vibe. The Warlords of Draenor left a scar. It soared out of the gate, and then tanked harder than anyone could have predicted. Financially, it was a juggernaut, but for the soul of World of Warcraft, a reckoning. Beyond this, the expansion suffered more minor controversies, such as the announcement of no flying mounts being available throughout the entirety of the expansion. This was done, as explained by the developers, to make the world seem massive once again. At this point, although flying mounts were convenient for travel, a downside was that being able to speed across the world made it seem unimposing and small, and the grand nature of the landscape faded, a problem that many claim to have started since the release of the Burning Crusade expansion in 2007, where flying mounts were first introduced. While this certainly has merit at this point, over the course of several years, Blizzard had cultivated an audience who preferred flying and who saw any restrictions on it as an arbitrary handicap to slow them down and to lengthen the experience. To them, the inconvenience wasn't worth the feeling of a large world, and so they pushed back hard, threatening to join the many others who have already quit. It wouldn't be long until Blizzard caved, and they met the player base halfway by adding the ability to unlock flying in Draenor. And later, it was found that there was to be a massive transit system spanning across the continent that connected to the Grimworld Depot, but it was never made, incrementing once more the number of abandoned features of a rushed expansion. And it's a shame, because there was a lot that the expansion did well. The zones themselves, along with the questing, many claim today were quite immersive and well done. The raids that were released were memorable and unique. It did quite well with the bones of what players wanted from an expansion, but that was the issue. It was just bones. And so, the Warlords of Draenor was a paradox of profit and pain. It marked a time where players realized that Blizzard Entertainment were just words on a building. They were reminded that game development teams are consisted of people. People who quit, people who are fired, die, or are otherwise replaced by those who don't share the same vision of their predecessors. They learned that the games that they play are extensions of their developers, and while the Burning Crusade oozed the feeling of a passion project made by a bunch of nerds who play D&D in a dark and dusty basement, and made during a time where the game and its community were thriving, the Warlords of Draenor felt disconnected and hollow, and was delivered during a record-low decline with the promise of nostalgic better days dangled in front of it. And that is why many people consider today the Warlords of Draenor expansion to be bad. It was a combination of an unforeseen level of hype, skyrocketing it into the heavens, followed by a very hard crash aided by a poor launch, numerous abandoned features, the most major of which harmed the game, and the realization that the past was indeed in the past. The year is 2016, and the World of Warcraft is licking its wounds from its 5th expansion, the Warlords of Draenor. As you would know if you saw the premiere of the series, it was an expansion that was launched into the heavens off of the back of hype, and an experience reminiscent of a fan favorite, the Burning Crusade, only for it to come crashing down shortly after release. The garrisons turned it into a single-player ghost town. Blizzard had fully turned the corner on microtransactions. What they had once banned players for was now their business model, and a plethora of content was cut in order to make tight deadlines. And even then, patch cadence was at an all-time low. Looking back, it was no surprise that they would see subscriptions fall to levels that they hadn't seen since its initial rise back in the mid-2000s. It was a dark time within the game's history, to be sure, and the first real era where the shadow of doubt was cast over its future. With its initial release, and then its expansions, the Burning Crusade and the Wrath of the Lich King, World of Warcraft took over the world. It played a key role in the rise of social media, serving as not only the first online game for many, but even more important, their first environment for interacting with other people from across the world. Back then, the idea of that was still fresh and intriguing, and World of Warcraft in a large way was representative of that. But as the novelty of social media began to fade, so too did most MMOs, including the World of Warcraft. Combining this with a couple of expansions that had failed to hit their mark, many believed that it was now firmly past its prime and had been declining in popularity ever since the end of the Wrath of the Lich King and the beginning of Cataclysm, with Draenor serving as a new low point, while at the same time, private servers emulating these golden years were gaining in popularity. But with every end comes a new beginning, and as the reality of Draenor had set in, on August 9th, 2015, at Gamescom, Blizzard Entertainment announced their 6th expansion, Legion. Following the events of the Warlords of Draenor, where players visited an alternate timeline of the Orc homeworld, that world's Gul'dan had escaped under the pursuit of Khadgar and fled to the tomb of Sargeras, where he awakened a dormant portal, allowing the Burning Legion to begin their 3rd invasion on Azeroth. Sargeras' infinite army was awakened once more, invading locations all across the planet, with the main stage being the long-lost Broken Isles, holding elven ruins, ancient tribal lands, and even the Emerald Nightmare. The threat now bigger than ever, this would be another expansion where the Alliance and Horde would band together to face an ultimate evil, with the city of Dalaran serving as neutral ground, reminiscent in this way of the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. New features and systems were of course expected with new expansions at this point. The Burning Crusade held Arena, Heroics and Flying, to name just a few. Wrath had a new class, the Death Knight, Siege Vehicles, and the Dungeon Finder later in a patch. Cataclysm had a reworked talent system, a new world, transmog, looking for raid. Just as how players explore new areas and dungeons and raids, they do the same with new systems and features, and Legion took it a step further in this regard, starting with the artifact system. In order to fend off the Burning Legion, players of all classes and specializations would employ the use of ancient artifact weapons to aid them. They would be chosen and designed very closely to each spec's identity, such as Alunith for the Arcane Mage, which was once the weapon of the Guardian Egwin, or of course the most popular, the Ashbringer for the Retribution Paladin, which was the holy sword once wielded by Alexandros Mograine, and then later on Tyrion Fordring. Each of these artifacts would serve as the player's weapon for the entirety of the expansion, and they could be powered up through a resource called Artifact Power. By collecting this power, players could spend points on various traits in a talent tree-like format, which not only increased their damage based off of a flat percentage, but also added various talent-like perks that had a major effect on their gameplay. The power itself could be obtained from virtually any activity: PvE, PvP, dungeons, raiding, and of course world quests, which were another new feature. As you may recall, one of the reasons why the Warlords of Draenor fell short for many was that it just felt dead, and while this was partly due to a large drop-off shortly after launch, it was made worse with the expansion's main feature, the garrison system. As powerful as it was, a major downside was that with this all-in-one feature, along with the game's various matchmaking modes, players found little reason to ever leave them, which at times made it feel like a single-player game. So, beyond the feature itself, one of World Quest's greatest effects would be that it would make the world seem alive once more. By the way of every few hours, a selection of quests would become available for players to complete. This would replace the old daily hub system that the players were accustomed to, where they visited a static reputation stronghold and were given the same set of daily quests to repeat over and over until they reached exalted status. And an added benefit was that, since they were spread across all of these new zones, the world would constantly be sprawling with activity as players would clear them for rewards such as gold, gear, reputation, artifact power, or order hall resources, which were required for the next major feature, which were class halls. These were central hubs for each major class in the game to serve as a base of operations, and it's where each class would do important quest lines such as the one for their artifact weapon, major raid storylines, and much more. They were similar to the garrison system in some ways, such as holding a mission table and having this resource system dedicated to them, but they also aimed to remove many of its flaws. For starters, although they had various upgrades that were unique to each player as they progressed, the actual class hall itself would be shared with other players of the same class, which would make them less isolating as the garrison system. They would also be unique, aiming to identify to each of the game's classes, which also became a central focus of the expansion. Although you wouldn't be able to find this in the official trailer, class identity would be one of the areas that Blizzard had hoped to set Legion apart from other expansions. As the game grew older, many of the class's abilities and roles began to bleed into one another and become homogenized. They had believed that many of the specializations had become unnecessarily bloated, and they had lost their identity and uniqueness that separated them from each other. So each would undergo a major pruning leading up to the expansion. Abilities that they felt didn't fit into each of the classes' fantasies were cut, or otherwise replaced with those that did, in order to make them feel much more unique and distinct from each other. Additionally, many of the now quite aged animations would also be updated. 12 years of creaky warrior charges and dreidel-spinning whirlwinds got touched up, and charge actually looked like a charge now. Fireball casters glowed with power, sound effects thumped, and although it may seem minor, it was quite important in making players feel like a warrior charging or a mage cooking up a pyroblast. And this whole class identity philosophy would be something that they attacked from multiple different angles in combination with artifacts, class halls, and also legendaries. This was yet another new feature introduced with Legion. Added to the game were a selection of ultra-rare legendary items. Some were unique to each class, others to each specialization, and the rest would be general traits that were shared to fit any class or role. The goal with these was that, along with the artifact weapons, to add another form of progression to work towards, and also customization, as although there were many to be found for each class, you could initially only equip one. Many fans of their popular Diablo series would immediately see the similarities. Similar to artifact power, you could get these from most any activity within the game. It could be a drop off of a raid boss, you could get it from a world quest, a random mob from the world, or from a Mythic Plus cache, leading us to yet another major feature, the Mythic Plus system. The final endgame for World of Warcraft ever since its launch, and for most MMOs for that matter, has been raiding. Large-scale groups, giant raid bosses, giant rooms to hold them in. It's a defining trait of the genre, but left behind are smaller group-based content, and although Blizzard had made attempts here and there to keep them challenging and relevant, such as heroics in the Burning Crusade, or challenge mode in Mists of Pandaria, they wouldn't see long-term mainstream success among the player base as a viable endgame activity. In Legion, however, they aimed to change this with Mythic Plus, which was a timed challenge mode where the dungeons of the expansion could be altered with keystones, which were obtained at the end of a normal run, and these keystones would increase the health and damage of the enemies and bosses of the run, as well as adding special affixes, oddly enough also reminiscent of the Diablo series, such as enemies leaving behind damaging pools when they die, or spawn things that explode unless they're killed, to name just a few. So between the Mythic Plus affixes, legendaries, and even some choice new spells, it was quite clear that this expansion drew heavy inspiration from Diablo, with the MMORPG still serving as its core, but being supported with action RPG-like features. And the craziest thing, this was all just for the start of the expansion, and it wasn't even everything, as Legion also saw the release of a new class, the Demon Hunter. This would be their third new class added to the game. Demon Hunters are the dark, vengeance-driven warriors who have sacrificed much to gain the power to fight against the Burning Legion, playable as Night Elf or Blood Elves, and aesthetically they stand out with their fell-tattooed bodies and glowing eyes, and jagged warglaives, which was a weapon type that was long rumored to be hidden in the game, but now a reality. Mechanically, they were known for their high mobility and a thematic focus on harnessing chaos and fell energy with two specializations, Havoc, which was DPS, and Vengeance for tanking. Both used a unique resource called Fury, which powered their abilities and is generated through attacks or specific skills. The DPS spec, Havoc, focused on fast and acrobatic attacks and dealing high bursty damage, especially in their rotating demonic form, and was overall a very mobile spec with abilities such as dash and their double jump. Their tanking spec, Vengeance, on the other hand, traded mobility for survivability and also mitigation while still dealing respectable damage. Like Havoc, they can activate Metamorphosis to become more durable, which would give them more health and additional defensive tools, and their playstyle revolved around balancing self-healing, crowd control, and absorbing damage to protect their allies. And PvP wasn't the only area to see change, as it was Legion is when they revamped PvP by adding the honor level system, where players could earn non-decaying honor to increase in rank and earn rewards. This was a huge modernization, and along with the animations and graphics and other supporting systems, the game as a whole was moving into a new direction and attempting to pave the way of what a modern MMO should look and feel like. So, at a glance, this is one of the most feature-heavy expansions ever. The responses, however, were mixed. Many awaited with optimism and excitement, as was common with any Blizzard release at this point still. But after the Warlords of Draenor, a portion of the fanbase was understandably skeptical. Between the cut features and an ever-growing influence of RMT, promises were failing to be fulfilled quite regularly at this point, so the trust levels between Blizzard and their fanbase was certainly weaker than their earlier years. And even worse, leading up to it, the game had been suffering from one of its worst content droughts to date. 13 months separated the final patch of Draenor and the release of Legion. It was clear, at this particular point in time, they were failing to follow through, so although Legion seemed quite shiny and exciting, many players would ask themselves how much of it would actually see the light of day, and at what pace would it be delivered and followed up on. But only time would tell at this point, and there was just one question left. Was Legion worth the wait? World of Warcraft Legion officially launched on August 30th, 2016, and apparently, as it would turn out, optimism far outmatched cynicism, with 3.2 million copies sold day one, and subscribers surging back up towards 10 million. It was clear. People still believed in Blizzard. Players swarmed the Broken Isles, chasing after the Pillars of Creation, wielding artifact weapons, and unraveling the mysteries of the Broken Isles. Coming off of Warlord's 13-month content drop, Legion's promise of regular patches and meaty features had the hype train rolling, and as time passed and the honeymoon period wore off, the real question became, would these features stand the test of time? And the answer, unlike our previous two episodes, was mostly yes. World quests made the old daily hubs seem quite outdated in comparison, although eventually there would be repeats. There would be a diverse enough selection of not just quests, but the zones that they appeared in would offer far more variety than the alternative, and combined with the overarching emissary quests, it added a daily goal as an incentive, without going too overboard, which they would eventually do in the following expansion. And they also had succeeded in getting people out into the world, which gave both endgame players and levelers the feeling that the world was once more alive, which was a direct contrast to the barren, empty world of Draenor. And class halls being shared also did much to help in this regard, and being class-themed, they were also quite strong in reinforcing this push for class identity that was central to the expansion. And while there were plenty of activities to do, the main being the mission table system, which returned from Warlords, they weren't so crucial that players would rarely leave them. And another thing that isn't really mentioned much with the expansion these days that also helped with this was that this is when Blizzard really started adding riddles and secrets to the world. As the MMO genre has aged, it's also been quite solved, and most people know exactly what to expect from them. Something that caught the players by surprise, however, was the addition of secret side activities sneaked into the game. Just for an example here, the first major being the Fathom Dweller mount. During its launch, a game-wide message was sent to the players that this ancient evil had awakened. As it turned out, this had to do with a very intricate secret that a handful of players found. In the currently inactive Broken Shore zone, there's this seemingly useless cave with a dark orb surrounded by pebbles. You couldn't interact with it in any way. However, if you were to superimpose this image over the world map for the Broken Isles, it would show the location of a number of dark orbs spread throughout the world, hidden in caves that players could click on in a certain order, and if they did it correctly, they would unlock a world quest that gave the mount upon slaying the outdoor raid boss named Kasumath the Hungering, which was hidden in the Asuna zone. Although this wasn't as flashy as a main feature like artifacts or Mythic Plus, this surprisingly did quite a lot to inject mystery into a genre that had long become formulaic and predictable, while at the same time encouraging interaction between its player base and forming this shared effort of solving these cryptic riddles. And it would become something of a game-wide scavenger hunt, where people would make dedicated discords and work together in solving them. It was pretty exciting, and it was received very positively within the community. So later on in the expansion, they also added things like the Riddler's Mindworm, which similarly had puzzles and mystery surrounding it, and They would also do the same in future expansions such as the Hive Mind Mount in the Battle for Azeroth, to name just one. As for the artifact weapons, although they lacked any real form of agency or customization since you would eventually get every trait anyways, they did give another layer of progression past leveling and gearing. As the expansion went on, more traits were added, as well as catch-up mechanics for new players or those with alts, and it would serve as this constant form of progression where there were main traits to be obtained, and then any level after that would be incremental increases, so there was this cutoff of sorts where you could casually get the most out of them quite easily, and then the more hardcore players could really squeeze out power increases if they were very active, and they pursued all forms of artifact power through world quests and dungeon runs. And lastly, as for their crown jewel, Mythic Plus, these were also received exceptionally well. No longer were dungeons simply a stepping stone that existed solely to get players into the raiding endgame. They were their own form of endgame. Variety was forced through different ways, with affixes rotating weekly, and the dungeon itself was selected randomly at the end of a run, although there were still ones that players favored and avoided. I remember that the Maw of Souls in particular was popular since it was the shortest, and the Halls of Origination was avoided since it was very long. Their timed nature made them quite hectic, and their infinite scalability ensured that they were always challenging, and similar to world quests, it was a very well-received feature that they would carry on into future expansions, and is still running to this date. But just as how bad expansions aren't all bad, great expansions aren't all great either, and there definitely were some flaws to be found. Probably the biggest frustration would come with legendaries. As mentioned, these were very powerful, unique items that in a lot of cases gave very drastic power boosts, so the issue with them was that, just like with any RPG, some of them were amazing, some of them were decent, and others were just really bad and people would laugh at you if you got them. The chances of getting one were extremely low, and some players were exceptionally lucky, and others weren't, so there was frustration to be had in putting in several times more time and effort in some cases, but still be behind because they just happened to have bad luck. Because of this, they would tweak the drop rate several times throughout the expansion, but overall the criticism was that they were just too powerful for how random they were. There did exist a pity timer of sorts, which would eventually guarantee a drop, and this too was adjusted through the expansion as complaints rolled in. At first it could be weeks between drops, and then eventually it would settle in around a week or so of casual active activity until you got another one, and very late into the game they eventually added a currency that you got from world quests that straight up just let you buy whatever legendary you wanted, which alleviated this frustration with RNG, but at the same time kind of removed their whole initial point, which was that excitement of obtaining a good one, which displayed quite clearly the double-edged sword of RNG that exists in all games of the genre. But from the beginning, the question was, how much is too much? In the case of legendaries for Legion, the general consensus was that it was too much. Speaking of RNG, there were similar frustrations with Titan Forging. This was a loot system that was first introduced in the Mists of Pandaria as Thunder Forging, where items had a chance to roll a higher item level randomly. And while this was pretty contained in Mists during its introduction, the ceiling for Legion was raised very high to where you could sometimes get better loot from trivial world quests than you could get from mythic level raiding, which could be exciting, which was the goal, but again, it added another layer of RNG to an already pretty heavy RNG expansion. This also introduced some awkward dynamics with the endgame. Since Mythic Plus runs were repeatable infinitely, along with this Titan Forging, they could consistently be a more efficient way of gearing than the high-end raiding, which was very jarring for the player base, because dungeons went from something to just burn through to get to raiding, to being more rewarding than the hardest difficulty of mode in raiding, which was Mythic. Whether this is a flaw or not is based off of personal preference, I'd say, but what it did do was give merit to this frustration of luck playing too much of a role within the expansion. Another flaw, some would say, would be that with such huge changes to classes, while there were some big hits, there were also some misses. Survival Hunter, which went back to its melee roots from the very beginnings of the game, was pretty terrible throughout the entirety of the expansion, if I remember correctly. So with so many specializations being remade, essentially, there are bound to be some that missed the mark, and there certainly were those who were disappointed with how their favorite specs changed moving from Draenor into Legion. So there definitely were flaws to be had, but the general consensus today is that they were far outweighed by really successive and fun features that the expansion introduced and also maintained throughout future expansions. Consequently, Legion has quite a favorable reputation. It not only provided a surge of activity for the game, but due to these successful features and a strong cadence of patches to follow through with it, it also did a good job of retaining it. It was an impressive feat, especially coming off the back of its ill-fated predecessor. It was a true redemption arc, and it came at the most critical time, especially since the release of Classic World of Warcraft. The game falls into two different categories for most people, Current and Classic. And while Classic has more of an old school feel with older RPG elements reminiscent of the early days of the genre, Current is much more modernized. Gameplay systems are streamlined. There's more of a focus on daily systems and supporting features that run alongside the core progression path. What people prefer is personal, but for many, Legion sort of represents this golden era for the current version of the game. It's a good representative of what a modern MMO should be. So the morale is very high at this point for both Blizzard and its players. Expectations were lifted once more as things winded down, and people prepared for their next adventure in the Battle for Azeroth. The year is 2017, and World of Warcraft is riding a recent high from a pretty favored expansion, Legion. After the Warlords of Draenor debacle, think of it as Blizzard's midlife crisis, complete with a mullet and a sports car that they could not afford. It was quite the redemption arc. Mythic Plus Dungeons revolutionized 5-man content, giving it a viable endgame, and World Quests replaced the quite archaic daily hub grind, providing more variety while at the same time getting people out into the world to make it seem more lively and sprawling. An issue that you may know the Warlords of Draenor suffered from. Artifact weapons provided another form of character progression, along with a lot of class identity, something else that was also a large focus of the expansion. And as for the raids, they're as good as ever. It was far from perfect, but Legion showed that World of Warcraft still had life in it. The community was buzzing, the game felt alive, and so the expectations were quite high for its successor, which was revealed on November 3rd, 2017. The crowd is hyped, the lights dim, and Blizzard drops a bombshell. The next expansion is the Battle for Azeroth. It was what initially made the Warcraft franchise great. The Alliance versus the Horde, dialed up to 11. Sylvanas had torched Teldrassil, the war drums were thundering, and we were shipped off to 2 new continents, Kul Tiras and Zandalar, dripping with pirate swagger and troll mysticism. Legion's artifact weapons were retiring, and they were replaced by this shiny new Azerite armor system, which was hyped as a customization dream. Similar to the artifact weapons, players would collect a currency called Azerite to level up an amulet, and the level of the amulet would then unlock traits attached to pieces of armor for your head, chest, and shoulder slots. The traits themselves were advertised as being highly customizable and unique and variable, and combined with the talent and spec choices, no 2 players would play the same. There were also war fronts, where you would team up with a raid of fellow players, capture territory, managed resources, and defeated bosses in this nostalgia trip that paid tribute to the original RTS. And there were also island expeditions, which were small group-based activities where adventurers were dropped on a random island with random enemies, random events, and rewards. The goal was to scramble to obtain as much Azerite as possible before an enemy team did. This currency would be central to the expansion, and it was used to level up your Azerite armor, and the expeditions themselves banked heavily on dynamic gameplay and variety through its random nature. All of this was tied together with the faction conflict that had made the series special. After several expansions where the Horde and Alliance band together to defeat a great evil, they seemed to get back to their roots with this immense war serving as the beating heart of the expansion. So after Draenor's flop and Legion's glow up, the battle for Azeroth seemed like a safe bet. It was a return to its roots by every stretch of the imagination, but at the same time polished with modern bells and whistles, and it was a very much welcomed theme. Similar in a lot of ways to Draenor, for many it wasn't just an expansion, it was a homecoming. Say what you will about Blizzard, but they've never had an issue in selling expansions. In fact, it almost seems to be an inverse relationship, with some of their worst received critically selling the most. And the Battle for Azeroth was no different. Hype-wise, it wasn't quite at the same level as the Warlords of Draenor, I would say. And as for subscriptions, it was hard to tell because the numbers were no longer public at this point. But regardless, there still was a lot of excitement buzzing around it. It officially launched on August 14th, 2018, and the numbers were initially great. There were 3.4 million copies sold day one, with subscribers spiking like it was 2008 all over again. And as far as technical issues during the launch, it wasn't too bad. Certainly nowhere near as bad as the Warlords of Draenor. People did the typical stuff. They leveled to the new max, explored the new features, but it wouldn't be long until the cracks started to show, as unfortunately, each of the major features had started to fail one by one, starting with what was easily the most important, the Azerite armor. Artifacts, Azerite armor, and later Torghast legendaries. These are all examples of borrowed power systems. That is, features that are used as character progression to fit the theme of the expansion, and when that expansion is over, they are discarded. This is done, rightfully so, to avoid bloat. If each of these systems were maintained and updated throughout each of these expansions, there would be over a dozen forms of character progression that the players would have to keep up with. Similar to, say, an old mobile game that's been running for over a decade. They become quite messy, confusing, and much too intimidating for new players to get into. So right out of the gate, Blizzard had dug themselves into this hole because they were losing several borrowed power systems that heavily influenced how the classes played. You had not only the artifact weapons from Legion, but also legendaries, those Argus trees that came in patch 7.2, and also tier set bonuses. And so each and every class headed into BFA losing a large chunk of their toolkit, and as a result, they also lost their polish and feel. The reason why Azerite armor existed in the first place was to try to fill in this gap, but unfortunately, for many reasons, it failed. When it was revealed in BlizzCon 2017, it was hyped to the moon as game-changing traits and handcrafted customization. Players would be able to pick their playstyle, teasing, for example, stuff like stand in the fire longer to heal the tank, or boost your mobility.
You might find a power that makes you think twice about using a talent that you'd previously written off. And you will certainly find combinations that reinforce your favorite way to play your character.
But in reality, these traits would unfortunately be very bland. You had things such as proc a bleed, proc a heal, gain X stat for 10 seconds on a crit, or sometimes even just straight up passive stat boosts. They simply weren't as game-changing as advertised, especially compared to the Legion artifacts, which actually had traits that did change how your class played when you got them. Although there was no real choice, since you just eventually got every trait in these artifact weapons, they actually were pretty game-changing. Additionally, another thing they were banking on, which was choice, fell victim to the same problem that the game had faced since its release in 2004 with its old talent trees. It only provides the illusion of choice because there's always a best, and most of the player base did just that. They opened up an Icy Veins guide and picked the best trait. Simple as that. And again, traits that didn't actually alter your gameplay, but were instead pretty bland passive effects and procs that the players didn't even realize they had half the time. Another issue that made it fall short was that, unlike the Legion artifacts, the traits weren't unique to each class, let alone spec. As mentioned, one of the areas that Legion excelled at was class fantasy. There's a big pruning that happened in the transition to give them more identity, and it was something that was complemented quite nicely with the artifacts themselves. It's hard to not feel like a paladin when you're wielding Ashbringer, or an arcane mage when you have a Luneth, but these artifacts and all of their unique spec-based traits were replaced with things like chance to apply a bleed, or plus X mastery for 10 seconds, and as a result, all of this class fantasy that they had worked so hard to build in Legion just evaporated, and the classes became much more homogenized. In addition to this was also made worse with the fact that they had killed tier sets. Raiding's holy grail since its launch, where each week you're waiting for that next drop to get that next set bonus for an effect that actually felt fun. However, because Azerite armor used these slots, tier sets were nowhere to be found. Once again, the developers claimed that players would get their customization from the Azerite armor itself. And beyond that, another side effect was that it suffered aesthetically. The tier sets looked awesome, and again, adding to the class identity. It's nice to look like a mage when you're doing mage things, but instead of these class-themed sets, they had raid-themed sets, which would be cloth, leather, mail, and plate that matched the aesthetics of the raid rather than the class. And an unfortunate thing is that they were shared between all of the classes, such as Monk, Rogue, and Demon Hunter. They all used the same leather set, which ended up being a surprisingly big blow to the already weak class identity that they had. But all this is to say, the Azerite system failed, and it failed hard. It fell far short of replacing the void left behind at the end of Legion, and the classes felt really bland and disjointed from the very start to the very end. They did tweak it throughout the expansion. 8.1 added a class trait ring to solve this issue of a lack of identity. They also cut some of the more boring traits, and in 8.2 you would be able to get abilities on a necklace, which were also shared between classes, which was also an improvement, but still, one system can't replace artifacts, tier sets, legendaries, and more. It was certainly an uphill battle, and it started on the wrong hill. But Azerite armor wasn't their only feature. If Warfronts and Island Expeditions were really good, maybe they could pick up the slack. Arguably the next largest were Warfronts, which were advertised to be an RTS player's wet dream, where you would gather resources, build troops, and storm the keep, giving similar vibes to one of the greatest RTS games of all time. And the gameplay itself was fine. Everything functioned as it should have, and they cycled through different stages that were progressed by donating resources to the war effort, which randomly granted good rewards once per cycle, and lesser rewards as much as the players wanted to run them. It was an interesting cooperative experience, but they suffered one major flaw that brought it all down and made them into one of the biggest chores of the expansion. You couldn't lose. And at this point I have to ask you a question. What is the point of any game? Chess, Mario, tic-tac-toe, a foot race, no matter how old or how new, or how simple it is or how complex, they fall under this basic premise. You are offered obstacles and also rewarding solutions to overcome those obstacles. And while the solutions may vary, the satisfaction that you get from them is derived from some sort of challenge or threat of failure. Beating a level in Mario is satisfying because you successfully jumped all of the pits and stomped all of the Goombas, and winning a round in chess feels good because you won a battle of wits against your opponent and you captured their king. These games exist because they are competitive to some degree, whether they be against an AI or another player, and therefore they have some sort of rewarding characteristic to them. But the issue with Warfronts was that they were near impossible to lose. If a team performed poorly, the punishment wasn't a loss, it was just a slower win, and in fact, in a sad way, losing a match was more of an achievement than winning, with the only known recorded loss being from the streamer Asmongold and his viewers, who had to sit idle in their base the entire game to force a loss.
Wow, we have achieved the impossible. We thought that there would be no way that you could actually lose a Warfront. And today, we have proven people wrong.
Quite possibly the only Warfront group to see the defeat screen. A game without any danger of failure simply isn't a game. At that point, it turns into a chore, and that's what Warfronts felt like. In patch 8.2, they finally added the ability to lose with its heroic mode, but similarly to the Azerite armor, this came several months after release where many players had already quit. And the last of these major features were island expeditions. As described, these were dynamic treasure hunts where players would enter randomized islands with randomized environments and randomized loot. The goal was to obtain a certain amount of Azerite before an enemy team of players or advanced AI could do the same, and the main issue with them is the thing that they were banking on, which was this unique experience each time, wasn't really true, because the entire objective was this mad scramble for Azerite. You could never really stop to look around or notice any of the changes, and there really wasn't that much of a difference between the maps, which was a problem that was made by the randomness itself. Let me explain. Some of the islands did have set enemies here and there, but a lot of them, such as the rare mobs or the invasion events that would occur, are from a larger pool that are selected randomly. So if 90% of the content on the expeditions are random at base, what's the real difference between the maps? If there's no unique element to them to begin with, there really isn't anything to distinguish them from one another. It's all just topography and scenery. Like, here's a hill here instead of there, or maybe this rune is in that location, and all of the maps were just slightly different variations of tropical islands, leaving little variety in the actual setting. It would be similar if every dungeon in the game, instead of having these set mobs and set bosses, they all just had a random assortment as a baseline. Mixing them up the next time you ran them doesn't really offer a meaningful, unique experience. There's nothing to make a player get excited for getting a freehold key, or perhaps a Shrine of the Storm, because they're essentially the same aside from layout, except instead of a unique layout that these dungeons have, they would just all be tropical islands. The reward structure was also pretty poor. You either got some cosmetic piece of gear, sometimes a pet, and sometimes nothing. Just some Azerite, which you could get from basically any other activity in the game. They did eventually add a vendor so that players could target some rewards, which did add some structure to them, and it gave players long-term goals to work towards instead of just rolling the dice every turn. But again, much like the Azerite armor in Warfronts, it was added several months after the game's initial release, once more going down the same old line of releasing these features in a broken state and then fixing them several months later after the bulk of the player base had already quit. Beyond all of its major features flopping, the game at this point also started to suffer heavily from daily and weekly fatigue. Here's a list I made a few years ago of the massive amount of daily and weekly activities that were released over the course of the expansion. This is mobile game design at its worst, just releasing system after system, not to keep the player happy and wanting to log in, but instead to punish them for failing to log in and to do their daily chores. And that's what they felt like chores. Anybody who played BFA may remember that is what everyone referred to them at this point. All of these either gave some form of gear or Azerite, so you had this environment created where you would log in and you have 40 different things to do all on a timer, and after you do all of that, then you can actually get to the fun part, or what little fun part there actually was. And that's what the expansion felt like. It felt like you were set on this unending treadmill of daily and weekly busy work to keep up with, and so the main draw of the expansion was to get you into this gerbil-like routine, pulling 300 slot machine handles that reset daily, and this is what they relied on to keep their engagement metrics up. It didn't really feel rewarding to play. It felt punishing to not play, and to many it stopped feeling like a game and more like an obligation. Thankfully, they would move away from this in future expansions, but during BFA, this is where many would say that the daily and weekly grind was at its absolute worst. And so, the expansion just felt short in so many ways. The classes felt dull and homogenized, having lost their identity from Legion. The Azerite armor was not nearly enough to fill the gaps that they had lost through the borrowed power systems that they'd lost at the end of Legion, so they all just felt incomplete. Warfronts were the antithesis of what a game should be due to their inability to lose them, and the Island Expedition's draw of a dynamic experience failed due to there being nothing to distinguish them from each other to begin with. All of this stuff received band-aid fixes several months later, after the majority of the player base quit, while the remaining few were encouraged to log in not through a fun and rewarding experience, but instead by the threat of falling behind by way of skipping the game's various 400 daily and weekly chores it set you on. The expansion itself ended with a climax with the defeat of an old god, N'Zoth, who had been built up in the lore for decades. The ending of an expansion is always a pretty big event, and players at this point were always treated with a long cutscene where you had major lore characters interacting with each other to put a nice bow on things, to celebrate the end of an expansion, and to also set the stage for the next adventure. For the Battle for Azeroth, however, players were treated with the very same footage you just watched as I droned over it in a monotone manner. That's it. 20 seconds, no dialogue. People were pissed, and Blizzard was absolutely blasted for this. They had to unlist the video on their YouTube page due to its negative response, and it goes down today as the laziest and most fitting end to one of the worst expansions they had ever produced. The year is 2020, and the World of Warcraft has hit an all-time low in morale. Not only was it coming off of the back of what is today widely regarded as one of the worst expansions, if not the worst, but controversies seemed to be an almost monthly ordeal for Blizzard at this point. It was clear the once beloved Blizzard of the past was no more, a reality that was further emphasized by the departure of well-known founding members. One by one, they seemed to be abandoning ship of what was once considered the greatest video game developer of all time. They would start their own personal projects, and as evidenced with the recent release of World of Warcraft Classic, there's a definite yearning for the good old days at this point, as the current version of the game had entered this new dark age, one that was shrouded in the shadow of their next expansion, the Shadowlands. But despite the low morale and the gloom and doom, there did lay a glimmer of hope. Up until this point, when Blizzard did falter, it was quickly followed up by a redemption. Cataclysm was the first sign of trouble, but for Mists, as controversial as it was during its release, many today look back to quite fondly. This was of course followed by the ill-fated Warlords of Draenor, now considered to be a dud, but was quite quickly redeemed by its now favored follow-up, Legion. So, with the Battle for Azeroth failing to meet the expectations of the player base, many fell back to this pattern, and they thought that Shadowlands would be the one to bring it back to its former glory. So what was the Shadowlands expansion, and why do many consider it today to be one of the worst moments in the game's history? The announcement, as expected, was made at BlizzCon 2019, and at this point, many of the players weren't looking forward to a new expansion as much as they were looking forward to getting out of the previous. After 2 years of the most intense lineup of daily and weekly FOMO-infused busy work the game had ever seen, the fatigue was real, and players never wanted to hear the word Azerite ever again. And it was at this convention is where players learned of the Shadowlands, coming off of the Battle for Azeroth and its renewed focus on the Alliance versus Horde war, and a 20-second cutscene of an old god being defeated. The world was left battered and broken. Sylvanas Windrunner, the Horde's war chief, drove much of the conflict, and by its end, she faced off against both factions, but instead of falling, she pulled a shocking move. She shattered the Lich King's Helm of Domination, which teared open this veil between Azeroth and the Shadowlands, which was the Realm of Death itself. This was the act that bridged the two expansions together, and it revealed Sylvanas' betrayal and her alliance with the Jailer, who was this mysterious figure that was revealed to having manipulated the events leading up to this moment. The environment was essentially the afterlife, with each territory governed by covenants with their own agendas, and players found themselves whisked away from faction battles to this more metaphysical crisis where souls were at stake, and the jailer's plan to reshape reality looming in the shadows. It set the stage for a story about tangling with death itself and interacting with fallen heroes and villains, exploring new zones, and uncovering Sylvanas' true motives. But Covenants simply weren't a part of the expansion story. They also served as a major feature, with 4 different main factions: the Kyrian of Bastion, the Necrolords of Maldraxxus, the Night Fae of Ardenweald, and the Venthyr of Revendreth. After completing the questing campaign, players could choose just one of these covenants to align to, which gave them access to unique abilities, cosmetic rewards, and a narrative campaign that wove them into the story of the expansion. Each covenant offered 2 signature abilities, one that was class-specific and one shared between everyone, which advertised major variety in your gameplay. Additionally, there would be soulbinds, which were customizable talent trees tied to Covenant NPCs, the goal to provide deep customization while at the same time connecting smoothly to the story as players worked to restore their Covenant's purpose. Some players had immediate concerns, as the choice is a double-edged blade where by picking one meant excluding the rest, which left questions if players would have to choose between abilities and perks that are more suited for one area of the game, such as raiding, and were lacking in others, such as Mythic Plus or PvP. But for now, only time would tell exactly how this would be addressed. Perhaps the next most flashy feature was Torghast, the Tower of the Damned, inspired by the growing popularity of the roguelike genre, which leans on replayability for its longevity. Torghast was this ever-changing, procedurally generated tower where players ventured solo or in groups up to 5 to battle through floors and enemies, traps, and of course bosses. This tied directly to Shadowlands' narrative, as players braved the tower to rescue souls and craft legendary gear using a currency called Soul Ash, which was earned after successful runs, and was another thing that was time-gated. Each run offered randomized layouts, enemy types, and what they called anima powers, which were these temporary buffs that could supercharge abilities, such as turning the mage's fireball into this room-clearing nuke, or a warrior's charge into this multi-target whirlwind. If you ever played the game Hades, it's a very similar concept, and these powers were aimed to encourage experimentation to offer its variety. Speaking of which though, legendaries were back from the Legion expansion, in some cases literally holding the exact same powers. But between the new talents and the new Covenant abilities, it was clear that choice was a large focus of Blizzard for this expansion, and legendaries would add yet another layer. But unlike Legion's legendaries, however, which you may recall the main criticism for them was their random nature, Shadowlands were targetable and craftable by taking expensive gear made through trade skills to the Rune Carver, who is this jailed entity within Torghast. If you gave him this gear and Soul Ash, you could bind legendary affixes to them in order to customize your toolkit. The tower itself would be accessed through a new high-level zone for the expansion, the Maw, which was the jailer's nightmarish prison realm in the heart of the Shadowlands. It was this wasteland of lava rivers and towering spires, and it served as the expansion's narrative hub. It's where the most heinous and evil souls went in the afterlife. The gameplay inside of the zone was deliberately harsh, primarily through the Eye of the Jailer mechanic, which was the special meter that increased with actions such as killing enemies or rare mobs, or simply spending time there. As the meter increased, the jailer would become more and more annoyed by your presence and placed obstacles and enemies in your way until eventually he just spawned these deadly assassins, which essentially barred further progress until a daily reset. The zone itself was much like previous high-level zones released in other expansions, and it held a variety of rare mobs and treasure chests to hunt, and for participating you would get a currency called Stygia, which would be used to purchase gear and cosmetics and other useful perks, and quite harshly it would also be dropped on death, sort of like the Souls series. Although not as flashy, the leveling squish in Revamp was an enormous change in the game's history, with the game relying primarily on vertical progression. A downside was that there's this constant creep in power, and over time it can get out of hand where players are dealing millions of damage. While they'd scaled back these numbers in the past, what was a first for Shadowlands was the level squish, where the developers took the maximum from the Battle for Azeroth, which was 120, and they dropped that to 50, with level 60 to serve as the new maximum by the end of Shadowlands campaign. And it wasn't just for numbers. The entire leveling experience at this point had long been neglected. Surely nothing to do with the fact that you can now pay money to skip it. And they thought it was time for an update. They introduced a new system called Chromie Time, and also a new starter zone, the Exile's Reach. Instead of going through each expansion story, which at this point had totaled 8, including the Cataclysm's Old World, new players could now start in the Exile's Reach, which was this modern 1 to 10 experience teaching core mechanics through this shipwrecked adventure, although the old original starting zones were still left as an option. From there, players could choose any expansion campaign via Chromie Time, which was this time travel mechanic that let them level from 10 to 50 in, say, Wrath's Northrend or Miss Pandaria, and scaling all the content to their level. So, again, another big form of choice and agency that has been a running theme of the expansion so far. And lastly, another system saw a major update, and that's Mythic Plus. Ever since its introduction in Legion, it had become a staple in endgame progression, but Blizzard thought that its reward structure could use a little work. Up until this point, players were rewarded with loot both at the end of the run and also from this weekly cache that scaled to the highest level keystone that they had completed for that week. They thought that this was a little too random and frustrating, so the Shadowlands saw the release of the Great Vault, where instead of a single random item, players would be offered a choice based on the difficulty of the Mythic Plus runs completed. So again, giving players agency and control over their characters and their progression. And of course, beyond all of that, there were the usual fixings that every expansion had, such as new dungeons and raids. But really, it didn't matter that much. The players were so fatigued by the legendary amount of FOMO from BFA that they were desperate to see anything other than Azerite. It could have been a sprinkle-covered turd, and it would have seemed like an oasis. But still, the question remained, would it follow the pattern and redeem the franchise? Or was it simply a sprinkle-covered turd? As is custom, Blizzard had no issue selling the expansion, as it once again broke records, selling a total of 3.7 million copies within the first 24 hours of release, though some would attribute this to the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic. The expansion released on November 23rd, 2020, during the midst of the panic and lockdowns, where people were hoarding toilet paper and were falling back to the old reliable. Lock yourself inside of your house and play World of Warcraft all day. Combining this with the recent release of Classic, it was truly one of the more nostalgic times during the franchise's history. But what was also nostalgic and actually gave people hope was something that had been abnormal for Blizzard at this point in time. The expansion was delayed. Initially slated for late October, it was delayed 1 month, as due to the COVID delays, the developers thought that it wasn't up to their quality standards. And the reaction, for the most part, wasn't rage, rather enthusiasm. While that may seem surprising, it does make sense, as at this point, the old quality standards that once made the developer great had seemingly disappeared, with the only other expansion to see a delay being the Burning Crusade, which was pushed from December 2006 to January 2007. Outside of the game, with Warcraft 3 Reforged fresh in people's minds, a re-release that was globally panned and clearly released unfinished in order to retain pre-orders. This came as a sign of relief for the players. Many believed that the previous expansion, BFA, was released prematurely, as most of its selling features received major identity-shifting reworks and patches midway through its life. So, while there certainly were some that were disappointed, as this meant another month trapped in a room with the Azerite-addicted Magni, the majority were excited and hopeful that the developers had regained some sort of respect for themselves and their players by refusing to release an unfinished game. And it was only after it was released in November is when players found out if it was indeed worth the wait. They leveled through the zones, got acquainted with the new covenants, hit the maximum level and allied with one, they invaded the Maw, climbed the Tower of Torghast, and explored the new dungeons during the usual honeymoon period of the new expansion launch, which are most always dominated by excitement and positivity until it eventually wears off and people start to see it through a more clear lens. And as history had showed, what they had to say wasn't exactly glowing and similar to the Battle for Azeroth. The reason for that is that nearly every major advertised feature fell short of players' expectations. Starting with possibly the most major, the Covenants. The aesthetics, lore, and how they were integrated into the story were all quite well received, but the main criticism fell to the point that the different abilities they offered varied greatly in power, and players couldn't simply switch between them easily. Their initial worries were realized, and this restrictive design, while it certainly had merit, sparked intense backlash. Players felt locked into their Covenant choice, as each faction's class-specific abilities were optimal for specific content, whether it be raiding, Mythic Plus, or PvP, and switching between them was punishing and slow. It required a time-gated quest to leave and rejoin, with progress like Renown or Soulbind unlocks reset, making them feel trapped, as the forums were quickly filled with posts expressing regret of feeling like their characters were nerfed for simply picking, quote, the wrong Covenant, or that choosing one for lore reasons meant sacrificing substantial character power. There is validity in restrictions, as it creates tough choices that feel meaningful, and had it been a different game, it may have even been received well. The issue is that this rigidity clashed with the player base that they had shaped by the time that Shadowlands was released. Ever since its launch, World of Warcraft was designed to be extremely accessible, whether that be less punishment for dying, refundable talent points, and no permanent unrefundable stat points to be allocated. You had instance raids, PvP that was completely optional, and so much more. And as you would know if you'd watched previous episodes of this series, this never stopped, whether it be XP nerfs, Dungeon Finder, Raid Finder, mob tag sharing, the removal of group quests, talent switchable on the fly anywhere in the world, purchasable level boosts in gold, heirlooms, alt-friendly catch-ups, collection tabs. Over the course of 16 years, the game had constantly catered to those who wanted convenience and accessibility, and at this point, it was a major part of its identity, even more so when they re-released Classic, and those who preferred this comparatively less accessible nature and fewer quality of life features transitioned over. It's the same issue they had when they weren't going to release flying in Draenor. While it certainly had its benefits, such as making the world feel larger, that itself is an entirely valid vision, but the issue was that they were pitching it to an audience that, at that point, didn't feel like it was worth the annoyance. So when you try to release a feature that's defined by meaningful choice by way of putting punishing hurdles in between the player and changing and reducing accessibility, you're pitching it to this very same unreceptive player base, and you're going against the very identity that your entire game is now shaped around. Social media were filled with rants calling it a forced RPG element, with many feeling that Blizzard had painted themselves into a corner with years of bending to demands for this unlimited accessibility, making the Covenant's restrictions feel jarring and alienating players who wanted to swap builds for Mythic Plus or PvP. Additionally, this problem was made worse with the fact that the abilities were simply unbalanced. Some vastly outperformed others in specific content, which just fueled frustrations further. And balancing was difficult because increasing or decreasing the effectiveness of abilities had a chance to create a new meta, which would then make players feel more inclined to switch to adapt in this restrictive system. Many felt that it fell victim to the same problem that they had been facing with the talent tree since the release of the game. There's really no meaningful choice because there will always be a best, and players will always want to play the best, so this choice is really an illusion. Famously, in an interview with the game director, Ian Hazzikostas, he had remarked that although Blizzard had heard all of the feedback and could, quote, pull the ripcord if they saw the need to relax the punishments for switching, they were sticking with their original vision, as they had felt that in the long run, it would create a more meaningful experience for the players. This comment fueled a movement of sorts called Pull the Ripcord, where many of its players very vocally campaigned on social media under the threat of unsubscribing. Eventually, they would be successful in their pleas, as in patch 9.1, they had eased switching penalties, but much like the case with BFA, the early damage had been done. Another criticism tied to Covenants was the Anima grind. This would be a slow burn, starting 2 expansions prior in Legion with artifact power, of this concept of this grindable resource that serves as another form of character progression from the beginning to the end of an expansion. In Legion, partly because it was new at the time and partly because the system associated with it, artifacts, were received quite well, the artifact power grind overall wasn't a major point of headache with the fans, but by the time the Battle for Azeroth rolled around, some fatigue had started to set in, and many were discouraged to learn that Azerite was essentially this reskinned artifact power. This time, instead of artifacts, it empowered the Azerite amulet, which served as the way of leveling up Azerite armor. So, with how poorly this was received throughout BFA, you can only imagine the fatigue that set in when players had learned that it would be reskinned once again as Anima. Thematically, it was the lifeblood of the afterlife, a resource representing the essence of souls, and functionally, it was the same routine. You got it from a variety of activities such as world quests, to name one, and you used it to progress your character. This time, it was the currency to upgrade your covenant and to boost character power. However, with it being the 3rd version, players were just over it at this point. The drops were often small, and Sanctum upgrades required massive amounts, leading to endless farming that felt repetitive and slow, with players similar to the Battle for Azeroth feeling pressured to farm daily. The drop rates were increased in patch 9.1, which partially alleviated the issue, but it remained to be a nagging point for the entirety of the expansion. The Ma saw similar frustrations. One of the main ones being was the fact that you simply couldn't mount in them. No, not flying mounts. You couldn't mount, period. So how do you think the same player base that threatened to quit over no flying mounts in Draenor reacted to this? Oh, they were super happy and they thought it was the best feature of the entire expansion. No, they hated it. And again, from a game development perspective, you can see the idea. Combining this with the Eye of the Jailer mechanic, the whole idea of the zone was to make it oppressive and imposing, something that vanilla World of Warcraft is reminisced fondly about, but again, the people who enjoyed that were already playing Classic, and the people left playing Shadowlands simply did not feel like it was worth the inconvenience. Therefore, to them, it just made the entire zone feel like an arduous chore, which wasn't helped with the fact that you dropped your Stygia when you died. Players vented their frustrations over these restrictions, arguing that the grounded and timed nature of it stifled exploration in a zone meant to be a dynamic endgame hub, and it turned daily visits into a repetitive slog. Community posts frequently called the zone anti-fun, the grind for Stygia felt mandatory, yet unrewarding, and the zone's repetitive events, such as killing rares or freeing souls or click on the shiny object, lacked variety and led to burnout, and on both a micro and a macro level. On the macro, ever since the Mists of Pandaria with the Timeless Isle, Blizzard has sort of fallen into this flowchart of releasing a high-level zone with rares and treasure. After the Timeless Isle, you had Tannin Jungle and Draenor, Argus and Legion, as well as Nazjatar and Mechagon in the Battle for Azeroth. And while these zones were exciting and interesting at first, at this point, along with the Anima, it was just another thing that had overstayed its welcome, and as a result it felt quite uninspired and formulaic. As for the Tower of Torghast, this too was another feature that initially excited players, but as the honeymoon period faded, it would suffer the same problems that any feature with a weekly timer would fall victim to. Eventually, players became fatigued. While it would be untrue to say that Shadowlands had as intense of a churn of daily and weekly timers as BFA, it is true to say that the player base still had some lasting fatigue from the absolute over-the-top insanity from BFA. The core issue was repetition. You had to run Torghast repeatedly to farm enough currency for legendaries, but the randomized floors often felt samey, with similar enemies and traps despite the shifting layouts, as players soon likened to calling it Choreghast. The legendaries were quite powerful, so the grind was mandatory for endgame content, and this discontent was fueled further by unbalanced mechanics, especially at first, as some classes certainly got the short end of the stick with the new anima powers. While some could essentially autopilot, others had to claw and peck their way to the top. So, while some felt that it had potential, for others it was simple. It's simply impossible, no matter how well a feature is designed, for it to remain interesting and fun if it's required every week for the better part of 2 years. So those who watched the episode on BFA may be getting some deja vu at this point. The issue with Shadowlands is that nearly every major feature of the expansion was disappointing. Not everything though. The Great Vault was very well received, and it helped quite a bit with that frustration of completing challenging content only to feel like you're at the complete mercy of RNG. And to that end, it's a system that's still integrated into the game today. A running theme you've noticed with these videos is that, regardless of the expansion, even the not so great ones, the criticisms for its rating are quite rare. But unfortunately, this too is where Shadowlands would see some pretty heavy criticism, particularly with the second raid tier, the Sanctum of Domination. Many believed that the raid had an overabundance of mechanics that required players to stop damage, which proved to be mildly frustrating.
Dude, fucking spit on this horrible game, man. Every boss,
Stop damage, guys. Stop damage, guys. Guys, too much damage, guys. Stop damage, please, guys. Stop damage.
like, dude, I don't want to stop damage. I don't want to stop damage. Horrible game design.
The raid also held the almost unanimously hated Shards of Domination system, released in patch 9.1 and drawing from the lore of the Shattered Helm of Domination. These unique and upgradable gems represented its fragments and were socketed into special domination sockets on raid gear and dropping from bosses. There were 3 types of shards. You had Blood, which was red and focused on health and damage, Frost, which was blue, emphasizing shields and crits, and Unholy, which was green, which was about debuffs and haste, with 9 total variants, each offering passive effects that boosted power in all of Shadowlands content. The issue is that it ended up being a very RNG-based system, taking some players many times the amount of boss kills to get the equivalent of someone else. This was made worse with the fact that the power spikes were quite large, so you had this very impactful system that you had very little control over, similar once again to the Legion legendaries. Another issue is that it forced the recrafting of legendaries if a domination piece overlapped slots, which meant more Tower of Torghast, which people were already unhappy with, especially with other elements of the game being very tedious and grindy. And similar to the issue with the Covenants, the shards themselves were very unbalanced, and it seemed like those who actually enjoyed it were few and far between, as even the most devout fans were starting to become quite frustrated with the number of failed systems that the expansion held. Another issue was the story, often delivered through raiding, and for many, this ended up being the most disappointing thing with the expansion, and there are a few primary reasons for that. The first, and anyone will tell you this, being the main villain, the Jailer. Second was Sylvanas fatigue, and third was that its bad story wasn't even contained in its own expansion, as it retconned over 2 decades of lore that players actually enjoyed. As for the actual zones and art design, as usual, they were as stunning as ever. If there's anything that Blizzard is consistently great at, it's the art direction, and the zones were visually a sight to behold in their own unique way. They were immersive, interesting, imposing, and they immediately drew you into this new world, and they made you excited to explore all of the nooks and crannies. But the issue wasn't with the world, it was just with the story, and where to even begin with this? I guess we'll just start with Sylvanas Windrunner, who is the antagonist of the Battle for Azeroth. Some will disagree with the word antagonist there. Blizzard themselves attempted to pitch her as morally gray, but I'm pretty sure you lose that label when you burn down an entire city to the ground. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Is drowning a basket full of kittens morally gray too? but if you saw the BFA video, you would know that she was front and center, the main attraction for the Battle for Azeroth, lying at the heart of the conflict between the Alliance and the Horde, and she would simply do things that didn't really make any sense and conflicted with her character, with hints that there's some grand, ulterior, larger plan that the players would eventually be made aware of. And this continued throughout the entirety of the expansion with no answers. So, by the time that BFA had concluded, there was already this fatigue. She had inexplicably become the most powerful entity in the universe, mowing down everything and everyone in her path, with little to no explanation as to why or how. It felt like the developers had just watched too much Game of Thrones, which wouldn't be a problem if they weren't relying on Season 8 on repeat.
I'm not going to stop the wheel. I'm going to break the wheel.
So, what are we doing?
Breaking the cycle.
But the issue is that this format doesn't translate well into a video game expansion. In a TV show where new episodes are released weekly until a season is concluded, information is delivered in a consistent and orderly fashion with a general beginning and end, with some exceptions of storylines that continue into the next season as a hook. But for an MMO, you get a little bit of story in-game, then 4 months pass, and then you get a little more, and then a book is released that you have to purchase separately, then 4 months pass, and then the next patch continues the story of the book only. Then a developer puts self-inserts of himself while role-playing on Twitter. So the end result is a fanbase that has absolutely zero idea of what is going on, and after being strung along for about 2 years in BFA, they had simply stopped caring. So to begin here, before the expansion even launched, to learn that Sylvanas is yet again another major primary character didn't please people too much, but she wasn't alone. She was of course joined by the Jailer, which is the other half of the issue with the story of Shadowlands, his real name being Zoval. He was introduced as this mastermind behind this cosmic crisis, a shadowy titan-like figure imprisoned in the Maw, who sought to rewrite reality using the Shattered Helm's power. What Blizzard had hoped was that the players would see him as this architect of major Warcraft events, but throughout all of the expansion, his motives were vague, and his character was dull and flat. He was a generic evil overlord with little personality, which would be bad enough by itself, but the issue was that all lore previous to his sudden appearance was retconned. It was revealed that he influenced the creation of the Lich King, and ordered the creation of the Helm of Domination and Frostmourne, meaning that the Lich King's reign from Ner'zhul to Arthas was orchestrated by the Jailer to funnel souls into the Maw, and it completely reframed the entire Wrath of the Lich King story that many point to as the prime of the game. So, decades of lore, starting in Warcraft 3, was now a mere cog in Zoval's cosmic plan. People were furious, and they called it exactly what it was. A cheap retcon that completely disrespected Arthas' agency and the emotional weight of the entire story of the Frozen Throne and the Wrath of the Lich King. But they didn't stop there. Next was the Burning Legion, which was another major cornerstone of Warcraft lore. Similarly, they were tied to the Jailer, revealing that it was his agents manipulating Sargeras. Yeah, it was Chris Chan levels of fanfiction. And again, the issue is that if the story of Shadowlands was contained in its own terrible expansion, it would be fine, but it wasn't, and it actually retroactively cheapened actual beloved expansions and lore without any sort of build-up. It was like a finger snap out of nowhere. This all-knowing mastermind with vague motives and no personality had been behind some of the most iconic lore and moments within Warcraft's history. There was a slow drip of lore through the following patches that meant to flesh out his motives, along with disjointed book releases, but for many, combined with the fact that it sucked and their slow delivery, it did little to help. No one was happy to wait months for a snippet of information about why this bald idiot was now on a hierarchy above the Lich King and Sargeras. His final defeat felt anticlimactic, and he had a monologue that everybody mocked. The Helm of Domination turned into the crown from Burger King, and it was a laughable end to a laughable expansion, and lore channels had to have welfare checks.
How many books are you gonna fucking get out of me? How much money am I gonna pay before I can finally explain the lore to the people that want to know about it to the degree that it's actually comprehensible?
I will never serve.
In particular, Nobble, the king of Warcraft lore and also one of the nicest and most patient people on YouTube, had to take a break and go play Final Fantasy XIV during the Shadowlands expansion. Another issue with the raids was the rate at which they were delivered. Certainly due to the impact of COVID, Shadowlands suffered from substantial droughts in between major updates, so much so that there is even evidence that, similar to Draenor, an entire raid tier had to be cut from the expansion. There was evidence of an entrance in the Ardenweald zone, as well as scrapped data-mined weapons labeled as Ardenweald Raid. Similar to the Warlords of Draenor, there ended up being just 3 major raids in the expansion, and the reason for this is up to debate. Some say it's because of COVID's negative impact on production, others believe it to be the overall poor reception of Shadowlands, and the rest believe the reason is because of what was about to be the biggest scandal in the developer's long history. At this point, Blizzard wasn't a stranger to scandals, but during Shadowlands, it was revealed that the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing had filed a lawsuit for alleged consistent sexual misconduct and discrimination in their workplace. The lawsuit alleged that employees of Blizzard would get drunk at work and perform what were called cube crawls, where they would stroll around the office and making inappropriate sexual remarks and advances towards female employees. The news of this lawsuit opened the floodgates, and employees both past and current came out with personal accounts ranging from sexual discrimination to harassment to breast milk mysteriously disappearing from break room refrigerators. This would quickly become a historic scandal, which forced Bobby Kotick, who is not a lizard, to make a statement addressing it.
I want to talk with you today about our future and reiterate my conviction to create the most welcoming and inclusive workplace. Over the last few months, so many of you have generously and candidly shared your experiences and your insights about the type of company you want us to be. We've taken meaningful actions to improve our company and our culture, but there's more to do. To become the model workplace we all aspire to be, more change is required. But I am so confident we will get there. There will, of course, be continued media attention about us and our industry over the next few months. In fact, there's an article today that paints an inaccurate and misleading view of our company, of me personally, and my leadership. I want to say 2 important things about this. First, we are incredibly fortunate to have the most talented people in our industry, all so committed to constant improvement, and I share this commitment. The second thing I want to say is that anyone who doubts my conviction to be the most welcoming and inclusive workplace doesn't really appreciate how important this is to me. Creativity and inspiration thrives best in a safe, welcoming, respectful environment. There is no substitute for that. And staying true to our values without exceptions is the best way to retain our talent and to attract the new talent we need to achieve our great potential. As I've made clear, we're moving forward with a new zero-tolerance policy for inappropriate behavior, and zero means zero. Any reprehensible conduct is simply unacceptable. We have a chance to further enhance our culture and be the example other companies will follow. And we are so incredibly fortunate. Connecting and engaging the world through joy and fun is a powerful mission. Accomplishing this in a welcoming, inclusive workplace ensures we will achieve our mission with excellence. Over the last few years, our industry has had an uncomfortable spotlight that's been illuminating opportunities for us to change. And we must all, including me, Embrace this need for change so we can bring our very best selves to the very best place to live. Thank you for your commitment to a culture of respect, your appreciation for the unique talents we each possess, and for maintaining the very best environment for all of us to work. For that, I am truly grateful.
The lawsuit would be settled in 2023, but it would rock the Blizzard community and permanently damage their reputation. Employees would begin protesting at Blizzard headquarters, and during this, a developer came out on Twitter and remarked that almost no work was being done while all of this was going on, which wasn't received too well as updates were already releasing at a sluggish pace. The forums were quickly filled by players demanding refunds in subscriptions, as they were now paying for a game that wasn't being developed, and in response, developers would publicly scold the players and branding them as immoral for lashing out, and to get their priorities straight. To show how much they respected women, they started changing pictures of them into fruit and censoring fart jokes. All in all, it was one of the biggest clusterfucks in gaming history, and it was one of the catalysts that transformed Blizzard into this punching bag that it is today. Leading up to Shadowlands, people were already pessimistic and they lamented that they had fallen from grace, so this widely publicized scandal only reaffirmed their beliefs, as fans were stunned watching how over the course of nearly 2 decades, the developer had transformed from the most beloved to everything they once stood against. Most, if not all, of the big names had jumped ship at this point, pursuing personal interests, with co-founder Mike Morhaime launching a new development team, Dreamhaven, which mission statement not so subtly hinted at the issues that had been plaguing Blizzard for years. So both inside and outside of the game, Shadowlands was perhaps the darkest period in not only World of Warcraft's history, but Blizzard's history as a whole, and even the most hardcore dedicated fans of the series who would defend anything and everything with it will agree with that. You had developers who were openly arguing with fans on Twitter for not liking features, morally shaming them for their own inability to not show up drunk to work, and most every major feature of the expansion falling flat on its face. Years later now, the developers have since then apologized for how badly it turned out, for the features themselves failing, as well as retconning decades of lore with a Thanos clone, and for the general clusterfuck that was the Shadowlands expansion. But there is a light at the end of the tunnel, as they had most certainly reached the bottom, and from here, the only direction to go was up. I'll see you in the next episode, where we'll take flight with Dragonflight. The year is 2022, and while I know I opened the last episode by saying that the game had hit an all-time low in morale, if you could believe it, it had sunk even lower. World of Warcraft was not only coming off of 2 back-to-back unmitigated disasters of expansions outside of the game, the culture surrounding Blizzard and its community was controversial and embarrassing. The news of the now settled sexual harassment lawsuit by the state of California had come out. Developers were on Twitter scolding people for not liking their game design, as well as for having the audacity to complain about slow update pace for a game that they were paying monthly for. Major expansion selling features were failing one after the other, and the story, both past and present, were in absolute shambles, frustrating even the most devout fans. It was a depressing time, to be sure, but the one positive to be gained was that it couldn't possibly be more disappointing, as people's expectations were now at the very bottom. They could put out anything at this point, and it would be praised for the simple fact that it wasn't Shadowlands. Join me for the next half hour as we discover just why World of Warcraft Dragonflight was alright. So before we get into the actual expansion, it's important to understand the morale at the time. Shadowlands was perhaps the darkest moment in the game's history. Controversies were a monthly ordeal, and the issue was compounded as Blizzard was now the lol cow of the gaming industry. Every action or inaction was put under a microscope by journalists and even their own players, with the then unsettled lawsuit being the obvious elephant in the room. Classic World of Warcraft at this point was chugging along, and they had followed the original line of expansions. Burning Crusade Classic launched in June of 2021 during the Shadowlands, and of course the next was the fan favorite Wrath of the Lich King. Overwatch 2 had seen a release to a critically poor reception, and Diablo 4, while it was popular during its release, started to quickly flounder, and for the first time in many years, World of Warcraft's dominance on the genre was put into question, with namely Final Fantasy XIV emerging as the biggest threat as disillusioned fans began to migrate over. The pessimism surrounding Blizzard and all of their games, not just World of Warcraft, was absolutely overwhelming. Perhaps the first bit of good news came in January of 2022, as it was during this low period is when Microsoft announced their plans to acquire Activision Blizzard. Many believe that the issues with the game truly began when Activision had acquired Blizzard's parent company, Vivendi, during the peak of the game in 2008. Specifically, people say that Activision had gained too much influence over Blizzard and prioritized revenue at the cost of quality, which was the exact opposite of what Blizzard had built their identity out of at that point. So with this Microsoft acquisition in the works, many welcomed this change, and they saw an opportunity to move once more into a more positive direction. Although there were those who also had little hope, as Microsoft also had some history of negatively influencing developers in the same way that Activision did. This was accompanied with the news that Bobby Kotick, who is not a reptilian, would also be replaced as the CEO, which put clickbait YouTubers in shambles as they could no longer Photoshop devil horns and laser eyes onto their thumbnails. And another major change was that BlizzCon was cancelled for the years of 2021 and 2022 for reasons. So the actual announcement was made during a much more low-key live streaming event in April of 2022. Story-wise, where we last left our heroes in the Shadowlands, after the Jailer's defeat, Azeroth as a whole experienced this period of peace with no major wars, which allowed the world to heal. This healing awakened the Dragon Isles, which was hidden since the War of the Ancients. Long ago, the dragon aspects, which were black, blue, red, green, and bronze, were empowered by the Keeper Tier to protect Azeroth, transforming primal dragons into ordered dragon flights. However, some primal dragons, led by the primal incarnates, which were Razageth, Firak, Viranath, and Iridikron, resisted the Titan's influence, which led to the War of the Scaleborn. The aspects, aided by Neltharion's Drakthir, ended up winning and imprisoned the incarnates in a vault, with Neltharion, corrupted by the old god's whispers, using void powers to lock away the Drakthir. Over time, as players witnessed, the aspects faced hardships. You had Neltharion's betrayal with the Demon Soul during the War of the Ancients, the near extinction of the Black and Blue Dragonflights, and corruption or loss among their leaders. By Dragonflight, the aspects were weakened, but the Isle's awakening signaled hope. As usual, the expansion teased a plethora of new features and systems, possibly the most major being a new race and class. While the game had seen a steady supply of new races through the Allied Race feature, it had been quite a bit since it had seen a new class, with the latest being the Demon Hunter in Legion back in 2016. Dragonflight would remedy this not only with a new race, the Drakthir, but also a class exclusive to them called the Evoker. Thousands of years ago, during the height of the Dragonflight's power, Neltharion created the Drakthir as this elite army to serve the aspects. Combining draconic might with humanoid agility, they were engineered as shapeshifters and were able to switch between a humanoid form and a dragon visage. Trained as evokers, they wielded the combined magics of all 5 Dragonflights: red for life, blue for arcane, green for nature, bronze for time, and black for earth, which made them versatile spellcasters. Their creation was a secret project hidden in the Forbidden Reach, which was this volcanic isle where they trained under Neltharion's command. When Eltharion betrayed the aspects, many rebelled against his corruption, leading to their imprisonment in stasis within the Forbidden Reach's vaults, sealed away for 20,000 years. Similar to the Pandaren from Mists, they could be either faction. They wielded mail armor with 3 specializations: Devastation for range DPS, Preservation for healing, and later on Augmentation for support. They started at level 58 in their unique Forbidden Reach zone, and they used dragon-themed spells like Fiery Breaths or Time-Bending Heals, and they tied into the story of the reawakening of the Dragonflights, and they would be the 13th class added to the game. As you would know if you saw previous episodes, the talent trees underwent a substantial amount of changes and reworks over the years. Starting with Classic, you of course had the 3 specialization node-based system with 51 points to invest at the max level, and they continued with that, but by the time that Wrath ended, Blizzard believed that they'd grown too large and complicated, and so they were scaled down in Cataclysm, focusing more on quality over quantity, as well as eliminating hybrid builds by segregating spells and forcing point investments into one primary tree before you could explore the others. In Mists, this was scaled down even further to 5 choices, focusing even more on quality over quantity, and more trying to make choices competitive and difficult, as they felt like the old system had the issue of illusion of choice, as people mostly fell into meta builds. It would largely follow this style until Dragonflight, where it received yet another major overhaul. Each class received 2 expansive trees, one being class-wide and the other being specialization-specific, offering dozens of nodes from core abilities to utility perks and powerful capstones, unlocked with points earned every level up to level 70. In a way, you can think of this as a reaction to the negative reception on just how restrictive Shadowlands felt with its Covenant system. Players could freely mix and match nodes and create builds tailored for raids, Mythic Plus, PvP, or solo questing. It was very reminiscent of the old system with the sheer amount of nodes, while at the same time being different, such as the ability to respec anywhere, which let players experiment without fear of being locked in. Next, there was also Dragon Riding. This was inspired by the flying mechanics in Guild Wars 2, and it was a major overhaul to how players traversed the air, introducing this dynamic, momentum-based flight system using customizable dragon mounts. Players would unlock these mounts early through the main campaign, and they promised a skill-based mechanic which let players dive, soar, and perform aerial tricks across zones, and it aimed to make exploration feel more exciting. Professions saw many changes throughout the game's lifespan, but Dragonflight held their most major overhaul yet. Items could now have quality, which could be increased with experience, or new profession gear with new profession stats such as Inspiration, which is kind of like crit, which gives a chance at bonus quality. There's also Resourcefulness, which is kind of similar, except having a chance to reduce the reagents used, whereas Multicraft gives a chance to create additional items. And lastly, Speed, which increases the speed at which you craft. You could get these stats and other bonuses through specializations, which also saw a return with a twist. These are now essentially talent trees for professions that let you specialize in different areas of your trade by spending knowledge points, which you got from a variety of activities such as crafting itself, as well as quests and treasures, rares, and so on. They would add the work order system, which let players commission items via a public crafting system. Compared to previous expansions, it seemed quite safe. There wasn't this big stake on borrowed power that vanishes in the very next release, or mandatory endgame features like Warfronts, Island Expeditions, Torghast, and Covenants that inevitably lead to burnout. The biggest change was probably the new class, the Evoker, which had a low chance of flopping, and other than that, their attention was more focused on the core fundamentals such as talents, professions, reputation, and terrain negotiation with a flying system that was already proven in Guild Wars 2. It was clear that they were shying away from these giant gambles and going back to the basics of what made the game great. And to that end, even an old face would see a return, as previous creative director Chris Metzen would once again join the company, as many fans were hopeful that he would regain control of the story and the world that had been heading in the wrong direction. But during the time, this was all far into the future, and players were still stuck in Shadowlands Purgatory, and only time would tell if Dragonflight would indeed reverse or at least halt the intense decline that World of Warcraft had taken for the past several years. On November 28th, 2022, players logged in and explored what the Dragon Isles had to offer, and uncommonly for the first time since the Mists of Pandaria, expansion sales were disappointingly low. Although specific numbers weren't released, Blizzard failed to report them, unlike every other expansion launch, which was quite a telling sign, as well as it being discounted shortly after launch. It seemed at this point, especially with COVID no longer there to help them, the recent run of poor content caught up to them in a big way, as players understandably lost much of their confidence in their ability to release a finished and worthy expansion. But regardless of that, those who did partake in the launch set out to the new level cap 70, and they enjoyed the new journey awaiting them. They soared through the skies with the new dragon riding feature, they explored their brand new talent trees and experimented with different unique builds, and reinvested themselves into the reworked profession system. And for the rest who were looking for a more fresh experience, they would start their evokers. At the time of the launch, the evoker had just 2 specializations. The third spec would later be augmentation, which was a unique support-oriented DPS that dealt damage and buffed allies, which was a first for the game. Their playstyle was quite dynamic, requiring strategic timing and positioning. The standard early balance issues aside, the community reception was largely enthusiastic. Augmentation, when it was released in particular, received a lot of praise for its unique role. There were some balance issues, as was expected with new class releases. Devastation's DPS lagged behind in early patches, and Preservation's healing felt underwhelming compared to the established staples. And another criticism was tied to the aesthetics of the race itself. Instead of looking more like how Dragonkin had already been established in the world, they had this much more slender humanoid-like form similar to a sexual fetish called scalies, kind of like furries but with reptiles. This ended up being this own whole thing, with people finding out that an artist that worked for Blizzard that designed them had previously drawn furry and scaly art, but in the interest of not getting this video age restricted, I'm just going to awkwardly move on. But do understand that I had to research all of this, and in the process set my eyes on things that I would rather not have seen, so please like the video. As for the reworked talents, overall the feedback was positive, perhaps inspired by their recent success with Classic. To many it felt like an old school RPG element with more complexity, but at the same time having the more modern conveniences such as the ability to swap builds on the fly. Another advantage was that it made leveling feel more impactful, as players were back to getting talent points at every level instead of every 15 or so. There were still some criticisms, such as the size and complexity being overwhelming for some players, and another one would be is that it still suffered from that age-old problem of the illusion of choice, in the sense that while it seemed like there were a lot of options, as usual there were meta builds for every corner of the game, which gave veterans the feeling of going in circles, as this was one of the main reasons why they transitioned away from this tree-like system to begin with. As for the dragon riding, this too was received quite well. To give proper credit though, this was something that had already been proven in another MMO, Guild Wars 2, which served as a clear inspiration. The whole feature was powered by a system called Vigor, which was this regenerating resource for speed boosts and aerial climbs, which allowed players to dive and soar throughout the zones as advertised, which gave more agency other than the old auto run. There is also an upgrade system tied to it called Dragon Glyphs, which were hidden across the Isles, and they unlocked talent tree upgrades like increased vigor or new abilities. This rewarded exploration with tangible power, and it was quite an important thing for many people, as the argument against flying was always that it took away from the exploration aspect of the game. So seeing it redone in this way was a pretty clever way of having the convenience of fast travel, and at the same time leaving some room for exploration. As for the profession revamp, this too saw generally positive feedback. The new specializations added another layer of progression and customization, and the work order system made it convenient to place and fulfill orders. So, as a result, it saw a lot of activity. In fact, many players who had previously neglected professions up until Dragonflight ended up putting a lot of time into them. It was a much needed overhaul, as up until this point, they were rather formulaic and bland, typically just increasing the skill cap and adding new recipes for each expansion. But now with this new layer of progression and specialization and choice, it was much more modernized and brought up to par with what other MMOs were offering, and it was received quite well for it. So those are the major features, but what about the bones of the expansion? As far as the rating was concerned, there weren't any standout huge frustrations like we saw with the Shards of Domination and Shadowlands. Probably the biggest controversy for some was that they brought back group loot, which was another old school feature of the game. Up until this point, for quite a while, the loot had transitioned into personal loot, where each player had a chance to get an item individually, and if it wasn't their highest eye level in that slot, they could trade it away to someone else within the raid if they wanted to. So for Dragonflight, they brought back group loot where the boss drops a certain amount of items and then the raiders roll against each other for them, which didn't sit too well with some players, as now the item not only needed to drop, but they also had to win a roll to actually obtain it. But for the most part, players thought that the raiding experience in Dragonflight was the standard quality that they had set. And the same could be said for dungeons. A new feature in Dragonflight was the rotating dungeon pool, where the Mythic Plus pool consists of 8 dungeons per season on a rotation, with 4 new ones from the expansion itself, and also 4 legacy dungeons from previous expansions, such as, for example, the first rotation was Court of Stars and Halls of Valor from Legion, as well as the Shadowmoon Burial Grounds from Draenor, and also the Temple of the Jade Serpent from the Mists of Pandaria. And for the next set was the other 4 sets of Dragonflight dungeons, paired this time with Freehold and Underrot from BFA, Neltharion's Lair from Legion, and the Vortex Pinnacle from Cataclysm. This mix ensured that all 8 of Dragonflight's dungeons got their spotlight over time, while Legacy dungeons added variety as well as nostalgia, perhaps once more motivated by the success of these classic versions that they were releasing. It was quite a hit with the players. Throughout this entire series, even if individual expansions have had issues, we've often remarked on the fact that their dungeon and raid design is usually on point, so this was essentially them recognizing that and taking advantage of it. Instead of leaving some of their best designed content in the dust, they started to actually leverage them long term. Dragonflight was essentially a reset, a back to the basics course. There was no mandatory content that would eventually cause burnout. The story wasn't the greatest, but it wasn't bad either. The story was safe, the features were safe, focusing once again on the fundamentals and the bones of the MMORPG genre. It was probably the wisest choice, as they simply couldn't afford gambling on these risky endgame features. Outside of the game, if you want to count general Blizzard culture, really the only controversies were disappointing releases such as Overwatch 2 and Diablo 4, but there weren't any huge, earth-shattering scandals. In fact, the California lawsuit had settled in the middle of the expansion, and Microsoft had officially acquired Activision Blizzard in October of 2023, with Bobby Kotick being retired a few months later. Probably the biggest controversy had to do with Trader's Tender, which was a very heavily FOMO-infused system where monthly a selection of rare, unique, or previously no longer obtainable items were purchasable with a new currency called Trader's Tender, which players could get simply by logging in monthly or by completing the new Traveler's Log, which held quests, dungeons, raids, PvP, and other activities to complete for more currency. The criticism for this was that, for some, they had sort of regressed by relying once again on FOMO in an expansion that was relatively free from it. Some would even go as far as to call it a battle pass, which isn't really true, but it does have some similarities to the battle pass system. Some were also suspicious that they would eventually sell the currency on the cash shop, which people vehemently rebuffed, only for it to consequently be sold on the cash shop months later, of course. This would cause a bit of controversy and remind players that even through the Microsoft acquisition, at the end of the day, they were still a major AAA video game developer that wasn't below using what some would say are predatory methods of extracting money out of their player base. But regardless of that, Dragonflight today goes down with optimists saying that it was a good answer to the Shadowlands and it sent the franchise back in the right direction. On the other hand, those on the more pessimistic side would say that it was only good by comparison, as if you eat a turd sandwich every day for 2 years, anything other than the turd sandwich would be quite the palate cleanser. There really wasn't anything groundbreaking in it. It didn't hold an equivalent system to Mythic Plus that creates this entire new endgame experience, but at the same time there also wasn't a Torghast or a Warfront or some other poorly implemented feature that players were begrudgingly chained to as some form of required weekly activity to progress their character. Because there was no risk, there was no huge reward, other than the fact that it was safe, which was the best call that they had made in a very long time. And that is why, although it wasn't amazing, Dragonflight for many was alright, and good enough to earn a passing grade, setting the foundation for the next expansion, The War Within.
Farewell for now, mortals. We hope you enjoyed today's video. See you again soon.